Right, we should be visible. There should be a thing now.
Yay.
Hello, people.
Hi. That's terrifying.
So, yeah, I'm feeling very aware of what I'm saying now.
There we go. This is weird. Right, I'm going to stop looking at Twitch shortly. Got a few people in chat, so thanks for joining us. I am not going to be doing a lot of talking directly to chat on stream because it'll interrupt with the whole flow of D&D. In chat, there are 3 commands which are part of the stream title. So if you use D&D system or players, you'll get an explanation of what's going on with D&D. The system will tell you the system that we're using to play, and players will tell you who all of these people are. And I thought it was going to link to everyone's channels, but I didn't set it properly. But most of you know who is who anyway.
It's all
So
chill, mate.
let's just pretend I know what I'm doing, when quite clearly I do not. Oh, D&D, I'm fine. Twitch though is a box of dark arts that I'll never truly understand.
I have no idea what I'm doing with Twitch either, so
No.
it's all good.
Although, and we are already down a dwarven fighter. That's fine.
Oh no.
He'll be back as he usually
That's
is.
So who's in the pajama gang?
Technically, I have my pajama bottoms on. I think half of us are in jammies, right? It's comfier that way.
I'm actually wearing outdoors clothes for the first time in like 6 months.
I'm wearing normal clothes.
What is this outdoors you speak of?
There is no outdoors anymore.
It's not worth it, don't investigate.
Did you go out today?
Went to the
Couple.
shop.
I also went to the shop. It was awful. It was cold.
Yes, indeed.
Not nice.
Alright, I tried not to move too much of my D&D stuff onto different pages, and now I'm already losing things. Here we go. Let's see where we're at. So we have the full party now. If Russell, are you alive? Your camera appears to be frozen.
Sort of. Yeah,
Where's Cat?
this goes fucking.
We are actually down a member permanently, I believe. I'll talk to you about that out of session. Yeah. So this is the full party, and I have campaign notes and such. Let me just make sure I've got everything loaded up before we actually swing straight into the game. Do you guys have your character sheets at the ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Then we'll do a quick rundown then of the previous session. What I normally used to do is give out inspiration to any of the party members that wanted to try their best to give us a recap of the last session, but I feel like half of you already have inspiration at this point, so it's not really much of an incentive.
I mean, I can give the final round off as to what happened with my character if you want.
Okay then,
Oh, please do.
remind us.
Well, yeah. Basically, we all thought it was a good idea. Found an obelisk and we drew on it. How do we draw on it, you ask? Well, with blood, obviously, because that was the only logical thing available to us. And I did a lot of finger painting. Let's just say a lot of it. And the session ended with, and that's why you don't drop penises. And as I fainted,
As the to be continued music crept in.
Yeah, and I failed a Constitution roll, and I'm now unconscious. So, God forbid, I don't know what the hell everyone's got planned for that.
Okay, so to give you,
I threw a bucket at an Auroch.
you did. To give a broader
We thought-
overview, just to remind you guys of bits you might have forgotten overall, in the past 2 sessions you have begun on one side of the world, done a few trials that didn't exist in any game that we played for a particular mysterious invite, before finding out that mysterious invite came from John Dondegod. You were doing your final mission, although Solgra was not involved in that. Solgra had already passed her personal trials. And after that mission with the Nightcrawlers, you guys were finally inducted as Pathfinders for John Dondegod. And then you got drunk and travelled to a new continent. And in the course of this travelling to the new continent, you have spent the night on a beach in a very eerie, eldritch situation that you haven't quite managed to piece together. You've travelled through the woods and spotted some notches in the woods, as well as weird partially natural paths, showing that there's been movement within the forest itself rather than just on the main roads of it. And then you have come across a fairly large crater, and I'm going to do this not just for Twitch but for the video as well. There is an obelisk image which is shared to you guys on chat. So you guys have come across this obelisk, which is a fairly massive crater, and there you had a combat with some orcs that showed up. They tried speaking to you and yelling at you in Orcish, but unfortunately the only one of you that might have understood Orcish, the half-orc, never actually learned Orcish, giving you no possible way to communicate with them, and thus a fight broke out. You guys eventually won that fight, at one point Solgara tossing a bucket right into the face of an Orog, M, our resident angel of death, absolutely eviscerating the Orog and several other things. I think between you did a pretty good job. And the rest of you did fairly nice, apart from Gershaw, who I think only hit 1 punch out of 7.
It's best than you did on the first session.
You know what? You shut up.
Of course, this combat against the orcs came after the rather surprising decision by the party to begin drawing your own blood and painting it on a mysterious magical object with reckless abandon to your own safety and the potential consequences therein. You managed to discover a few things about that, and you've also managed to etch down the runes themselves that were adorning the obelisk so that you might translate them at a later date, or if you're not in this game, you can go and see Cactus's most recent video that he put up, having chat cheat for him and do it on his behalf. Although that was a lot of fun. But in-game, your characters do not actually know what any of that translation means as of this very moment. So we resume the game right now with all 6 of you. And of course, Sephelda Dragonheart is still with you. Sephelda travelled with you to the new continent. She's stood in the clearing with you. But the 7 of you in total are now stood in this clearing, and Gershaw, as Charles mentioned, has collapsed from blood loss in front of the party. What would you like to do?
So who's gonna pick him up?
Guys. No, we don't need to pick him up. We got this. So
Can we?
I chew up it. Oh, what do you want to do?
Do we still have open wounds from the blood?
No, I'm gonna let you guys simply just manage that without having to worry too deeply. The only one that has a problem as of this very moment is in fact Gershaw, who is passed out.
Can we still draw penises on his face?
I mean, he is unconscious, so that is very possible.
I think you should do that.
Can I roll for that?
I don't think you need to roll for that.
Are we?
I don't think anyone in the party is currently stopping you from drawing on Gershaw's face. So that has most certainly taken place.
Well, now that we've had our fun, I'm gonna go chew up a good berry, and baby bird it into Gershaw's mouth.
That will in fact revive him. He's conscious. He's stable. He can move again. Charles, remind me what Gershaw's HP was at the end of the last session.
Full.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, fair enough.
I gave
we'll
him
leave
a
it at that.
gooder berry.
Yeah, a good berry. Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
I would actually not mind a good berry because I'm dying over here after my heroic battles. Well, slowly getting there. Let's see.
Okay.
I do hope
I'll
Cactus is.
pass one good berry to you.
I hope you're paying attention
I
and
keep
keeping
track of my
track.
good berries.
Good. I trust you to do
good
that.
berries left. I have 2 left.
Appreciate it.
So
I'll
after
give it
this,
here,
I can
yeah.
keep other 2 left.
Right, so you've managed to bring Gershaw back. He's conscious again. He has not noticed and probably will not notice for some time, lest he is told of the graffiti upon his
With a
face.
surprisingly sweet, zingy taste in his mouth.
What is that taste? I wonder. What could it be?
Maybe it's from the obelisk. I'm not sure.
Maybe, man. Maybe I don't know. I was feeling pretty zesty, man, when I came away from that, all glowing and stuff.
Of course, that did happen.
Yeah.
Well remembered. So as of
Right,
right now,
so what-
you guys remember that this clearing has a path to both the north and the south leading out of it, and you've got the bodies of several dead orcs. So it's up to you to determine what you plan to do next.
Well, did we loot them already? I think we
believe we
did.
did.
I believe
Yeah.
I believe we finished last session with the looting taking place.
Yeah. So, and which path did we come down from? And where did
You
these
didn't
orcs come
take
from?
either path. You came through the shoddy clearing to the east of this. You kind of traveled directly from the beach into the forest.
Okay.
You kind of went directly in and stumbled upon this obelisk from that direction. So you haven't been to the north or the south yet.
Fair enough. So what do you guys want to do? Because we're a bit I don't know how do you say, a bit covered here. You know what I mean, with blood and stuff, and got a lot of orcs around everywhere. Can we have a general consensus about where we want to go?
Are
Are
you
we-
guys looking at can we look at the map? Like our characters, can they look at the map or no?
You'd have a general idea. I think
Okay.
Vitus left you with the etchings that he'd taken from his trip. So it doesn't show you the entire world map, but you'd sort of know in your immediate vicinity, sort of like the two closest outposts or villages, perhaps, on the world map, which you guys should have a copy of in the Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can
Hey,
kind of
look,
determine, and for everyone
that-
on Twitch, that is the world map, and they are on the western continent, sort of in the middle where that boat icon is. That's kind of where they're at. So they're now looking at this entire map.
Hey, look, that obelisk. I don't know. Did you guys see anything when it did that high pitched thing? Because I saw something, and I think we should get the blood off the obelisk right away.
I actually heard something after, like in the what's the word, when the pitch was dying down. Let's say, I heard. Find what I heard.
What did you hear?
I heard the word home said to me.
I had a
Ah.
word as well. It's queen.
Man, I
And I saw an insect in a shell. And do you remember when the obelisk raised up? I think that thing's really heavy. What if there's something in an egg underneath it? What if we woke it up? I think we should like pack the dirt in, get the blood off, and tell John.
that
That's
might be
a
worth
lot.
doing.
No,
Well,
That's John.
just tell us to go back and discover more.
and there's no way to get back to him because we don't know where he is, and we haven't got the boats because they were gone. So, I mean, like, it might be worth keeping an eye on when remembering that, so when we see him again, we can report to him. But I don't know whether it's a good idea to say to the commission leader that we went finger painting immediately. Fair play, my bad. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying it's everyone's fault, although no one stopped me. But the
I'm investigated.
maybe. Shh, I'm trying to get you out of trouble, dude. Just right. But the yeah. So we might want to keep that part quiet, maybe. But
Right, we'll say
somehow blood
someone
perfectly.
finger-painted blood, yeah,
Perfectly. Yeah. Anyway, but the thing is, when I was passed out, I heard some chanting similar to that when I was sleeping in the tavern. I heard out a couple different words in my sleep, and that was like son, traitor, and hive. And I just want to say that because I can't remember anything else.
It's a hive,
beehive.
like the bee thing.
Yeah, like a beehive.
Okay.
So in general, I think we should just start moving. Basically, maybe follow Washadi's advice, and let's clean the obelisk off. Let's pack in the dirt because I trust this gut. and then let's get moving. So should we take a vote as to whether we're going north or south? What are we feeling? Because north will be the closest town to what I remember.
It might be good to see if we can find some actual like people
Life.
slash live the area. Life, exactly. And set up a base of operations if anything. Or find out more at least.
Maybe even make a plan as to where we're actually going next, because this is meant to be an expedition where barely anyone knows anything. But there is a town apparently, so maybe that's the best place to find new info.
You will notice on the one singular map that you have in your pack, given to you by Vitus, that the you can kind of guess, but you don't know for sure whereabouts you are on the map. But following the coastline north, you can see that there is a small town that is labelled called Stumpleton. And then down to the south, you can see that they've tracked a natural road that kind of vanishes into what looks like sand dunes. You believe there may be possibly a way to cross this desert if you follow the natural road, but you can't know for certain.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's a good idea to hit up the desert when we've just got out of a fight and we have no idea where we're going. I think aimlessly traveling in hot weather is going to lead to some pretty shitty situations. So maybe we should hit up the town that we know exists. Even if it's barren, there might be some buildings or something, materials there that we can use for everything. So it might be worth going up that way. So first, I don't know, let's first of all follow with Washardi's advice. I've still got part of that cloth. It's a bit clumpy at the minute, so I might need to get some new cloth to wipe it off, and then maybe pack in the dirt. Are you guys all in agreement?
Yes.
I can get on board with that. Heading north.
Alright, let's do this.
Let's go.
Okay, so you guys are traveling north after cleaning off the residual blood, your blood, of course, from the obelisk, and keeping it from doing any more potential damage or setting anything else off, or any other magical effects that might have occurred from the prolonged exposure to your blood after those experiments that you guys were pulling. So you travel north, and you find yourself traveling fairly unimpeded. It's a very long trudge. You continue to walk on this road as it goes from being mostly a trodden dirt road that's still fairly wide. You think that even as far south as you've been, where the obelisk was, it was wide enough for carriages and wagons to have been pulled to and fro. From where, you have no idea, but it looks as if it could have been travelled. And as you begin to move further north, the road below your feet slowly but surely becomes more densely packed and easier to walk. It seems that you're reaching closer to civilization in some way, shape, or form. The trees around you, over the course of a day, start to fall away from very tropical foliage and fauna like palm trees, giving way to more northern trees, sort of pines and sycamores as you travel forward. Still keeping the coast to your right as you walk. You can catch glimpses of it every once in a while as the path winds and travels up and down. Sometimes you can just spot the ocean above the tree line. And as night begins to fall after a long trudge, you finally spot in the distance, you glimpse lights on the horizon, small lights from a small village, as you see plumes of smoke, the kind that you get from chimneys rising. It looks nice and quiet in the distance, but you can begin approaching that village.
Right. Just to make sure we don't get too worked up. We see lights and we see smoke, but that might not be friendly. So, can I ask you a favor?
Yes.
You're the sneakiest of us all, right? Like I've barely seen you anywhere. So,
Thank you.
can you scout ahead and just check and see whether the village is A-okay or not? And
Yeah.
the rest of us stay here. And maybe can we tend to Kaporis's wounds a little bit? Do you have any good berries left, Washarid?
I did get one of them already.
I have
I
two
think.
more.
Okay.
Do you want 2 more good berries?
Well, remind me how much they healed, because that was actually, well...
One.
Oh, really?
Oh wow.
Claps.
They're not the best
Sure, gonna have
berries.
some more.
I'll give my 2 remaining good berries. I give one last parting look to them. A little bit sad, but they're going to a good place.
Yeah, thank you,
Aw.
kindly.
Awesome.
Wait, does Lee have inspiration right now?
I do not.
Okay. Then I'm gonna pass a cheeky inspiration berry over to Shlee.
Yep, you can do that.
Okay. Yeah. In your most dire time of need, take this berry. It will do you well.
If you could coordinate with the webcams, you can actually.
Yeah.
Hey, which direction am I facing? Is this the right direction to?
The other way.
Yeah, could
The other
turn
way.
around, both of you.
The other way,
The
Shlee.
other way.
To the right.
Close enough.
Close enough.
The problems with being in different countries during a pandemic.
All right.
It's the darkness and all that.
Will make do. Of course, that means that Shlee now has an inspiration berry. That's not an official rule, but I'm now using it. So just remember, you have a physical item on you rather than just inspiration on your character sheet.
Right.
So what is your plan of attack here then? Tell me how you want this to go down. I say plan of attack.
Well,
That's
the
not
ones
to say you
sitting
should be
here, we should-
attacking. Maybe a poor choice of words on my part.
Is it rage time?
No.
I think the one of
I'm
us
gonna
staying
go
here should be.
And not hurt anyone. That's
Yeah.
the plan. And
Right,
then
so you're
we'll
gonna scout it out.
Promise.
Yeah.
Okay, so
one
as
of us that
you
are staying behind should tactfully kind of keep an eye out in directions just in case of friends
yeah.
at the horizon.
Okay, so as you begin to scout out the very small village that you've come upon, you notice that there's only a few buildings. There's not a lot of life going on here. What is happening though is very typical small town life. Nothing seems amiss just from the bit of outer edge scouting that you're currently doing. You hear some families indoors, probably settling down for the evening, having their evening meal. You can see torch and lamplight from within the abodes, but you cannot really get much of a sense other than that. There's people here, and you definitely hear Common as the most commonly spoken language around. Nothing giving away any other particular race that might be here.
Can I do a perception check?
You can.
Or is that it?
Yeah, you can. What do you explain to me what you're trying to do when you give
I
me
don't know,
a
I'm trying
perception
to
check.
see if it's a nice place, if it's not a nice place, if you can like stop here, if it's creepy, if people would like us.
Okay, so you're gonna have to get closer then. But if you want to start getting closer, I'll let you roll perception. See if anything
Can I roll
sticks out to you.
sneak and get closer, or
You currently are stealth. I thought that was
Okay.
sort of what you were doing, so you don't need to worry about rolling that right now.
okay? So, D20 plus 3, I think. Yep. 9.
You can't really gather or garner any new information. It looks you get a sense that you're kind of safe here. It doesn't feel like anything's amiss just from your initial scouting. Nothing sticks out to you, obviously, as some sort of nefarious activity.
Okay. Okay, I go back then. Have I gone back?
You have gone back. You are fine.
Okay. Hi guys. Hi. It's fine. It seems okay. It's quiet. There's some people. They speak the common language, and it seems okay. It's a small village, and it's doesn't seem anything like was striking as terribly bad. So I think we could go.
Well, in that case, should we see if we can find a place to stay the night, perhaps, and keep daylight on our side to do whatever we choose to do next?
Sure.
It'd be nice to find a new floor to sleep on.
I mean, you just had a nap on the dirt. What are you talking about?
Hey, it was a good dirt nap. But
He wants different
floor is-
dirt now.
Yeah, I want floor. I want dirt.
Can we not go to the village to see if we can stay there?
Yeah.
That's what I was.
That'd be a good idea.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, so Em would have spotted that there is no tavern within this village. Nothing stands out as a tavern. You notice that there is a sort of a ramshackle stable at best. So there's a small amount of farmland. You can tell that the farms stretch further out away from the village, but initially there's a small farmstead that is part of the village proper. So there's definitely people around and buildings, but you're not sure where you might go. You might have to begin wandering into town and knocking on doors, possibly, or causing a ruckus. Who knows? However, you would want to play this.
It's gonna be quite weird if we all rock up on an individual's door and knock on it.
There's
6
7
adventurers.
of us.
Yeah,
Six.
so 7. No, there are 7 of us because
7.
Svelda is still here at this point in time. But yeah, we're still bloodied from battle a little bit. It's not exactly going to be the most pleasant sight. So maybe one of us should go as an envoy. I'd suggest if it's the common tongue. Did you get a look at the particular races of the people there, just in case?
It seems nothing weird.
Okay. If that's the case, I'm not the most. Who's the most charismatic amongst us?
I'm not even
Mine
sure
is
of that
10
myself.
Plus 0.
I'm 13, so I'm pretty charismatic, but I'm also covered in blood and presumably my limbs are hanging half off given my HP.
Yeah.
I'm 12.
I'm
If that
12
helps.
as well.
12 plus 1.
I reckon we send the dwarf.
I
With a bucket on my head.
either Fanny Bors or M. If one of you guys go ahead and just knock on a door or two and just see what's going on, and then the rest of us maybe find some shelter in one of the stables, somewhere for the time being. Maybe find some old hay or something, so we can make like a little perch or whatever for people.
Did we
can
abandon
go
our
together.
camping gear? What about our?
No, you
tents
still have
and
your
stuff?
camping gear. All of that is still on you. You've been lugging that around since you arrived on the beach.
Yeah.
The only thing you lost. The only thing you
Oh.
lost was the boats. The boats are the only thing that vanished that night.
Yeah. Well, we could use the camping gear, yeah. But I'm just thinking if we can,
Even if we can get some provisions and some.
if we can get a
help
place
there,
first
but-
before we decide where to set up camp, just in case these folks don't take too kindly to us for whatever reason, then we can move over or do what we need to do.
I love how you guys were so more reckless last session, and now you're being very cautious.
We did waste 3 hours on an obelisk, to be honest.
You say waste.
My
I say
friends
entertain me.
Waste time is not the right word.
It was fun.
We had fun.
It
We
was
finger
I had a
painted.
blast. Finger painting.
Right. So what is the actual plan then? Who's going to do what now?
I guess
we
I'll
want-
knock on a door then.
Yeah, maybe you both go into the village and then knock on a separate door each, and then maybe just like double the time. Half the time it takes to actually explore the town a little bit. and
But
get some
double the
information.
effort of the DM. I see.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you think there'll be a place where we can buy some food? Because I think we had run out of food.
Well,
I
that
think
would
we
be
got.
the daytime.
I think we got rations if you check.
We got you. You
Yeah.
guys got rations and good berries, and the good berries will satiate you for 24 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have 1 ration.
So you're
Yeah,
not
we
doing
got
too.
one ration each.
Unless you're
Okay.
massively averse to the good berries, you guys shouldn't starve anytime soon.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I was just panicking. Want it to be nice.
You'll be fine.
Okay, let's go then.
Okay, so which of you were approaching the village? It was Em and
Fanny
Fanny
Bus.
Bus. Okay, so you guys are doing different doors. Right now, I need to determine who's going to go first. Because I can't roleplay 2 people at the same time.
Go for it.
All right, so Fanny Bus is going to approach the door, and you tell me how this is going to play out, Russell.
Right. Well, I've got
What
to
happens
the
when Fanny Bus approaches the door?
door. Alright, I'll give it a good old knock. At the bottom, of course. And I'll wait.
That's surprisingly normal for Fanny Bus. It only takes a few moments for the door to swing open, and you are greeted by a rather tall human gentleman who at first looked out into the night, not seeing you, and looking confused before eventually, just before he closes the door, looking down to see the door still on his doorstep. He's taken aback by surprise just for a moment, and he's like, "Oh, a dwarf out here. What can I do for you?"
Big man, can we have can we sleep in your sofa or something? Like, one night, you know.
Okay, so he continues to look very, very perplexed. He's just been disturbed in the very late evening by a random dwarf showing up on his doorstep, asking to sleep on his couch. And he's really gobsmacked and not quite sure how he's going to respond to that. He kind of steps back and takes a minute to compose himself, and he just looks at you curiously and asks, "And you are?"
Fanny boys. Well, I mean, big man, listen. We've been in the cold, right? And we're tired, so we can't manage to sleep.
And he notices that you're gesticulating behind you. He's like, and there are others, dwarves?
Yeah. No. Just me.
There's just you.
No, it's just me, small. Other people are big.
Okay, so while this is happening, as we'll pause
Can
this
I
for a
jump in
moment.
and say the thing?
You've gone to another door, haven't you? Or did you go with him?
Yeah.
So tell me, how does M's approach to knocking on the door differ from Fanny Boss?
I knock on the door, then I step 3 steps back, because that's the first thing that you have to do when you knock on the door of someone that you don't know.
Ah.
And I wait politely for them to answer.
Okay, so it takes a few moments. You hear some rummaging, and you can definitely tell someone's inside. There's a bit of clattering, and after a moment, the door swings wide open and like slams open against the wall, and you see an old man with a very long beard sort of look up at you and squint, and he asks, "Yes, who are you?"
Hello, sir. Hi, good evening. Sorry to bother you. My name is Em. I'm traveling with some friends. We're adventurers, and we got caught up in a bit of a mess, and we basically don't have a place to stay. So I was wondering if you could point me in the direction of somewhere where me and my friends could stay.
You can tell that he's looking up at you and sort of almost looking through you, like his eyesight's not very good. And he says, "Adventurers! No, thank you. No, not today." And he begins to potter backwards. But
Thank you. Good evening.
Absolutely no further conversation. Yeah, you notice the old man. He wanders back into his house, leaving the door completely wide open behind him.
I go in. I go in.
Okay, so it takes a moment, but as he's pottering around the house, he's moving things around. He's trying to clear space on a table. You can smell that there's some sort of stew cooking. A thought occurs to you that you're not quite sure how such a decrepit old man who can barely see was able to like move things in this house effectively and cook his own dinner and look after himself. You feel like maybe there should be someone here with him, but you haven't seen anyone here with him. He's on his own. At one point, he turns, again, not looking directly at you, but sort of like looking through you. You definitely get the feeling now that he has very poor eyesight, and you just shout, "Esme! Esme!" And you hear no further response. As this is happening, back to Fanny Boss. The man...
Like that.
You guys both want to do things at the same time. This is happening... this is happening simultaneously. So the man begins to like lean down, hunch a bit down to your level, and he tries to get an understanding of the situation. And he looks directly at you and says, "There are more dwarves or more people? I'm sorry, I don't follow.
More people.
More people, and
Yeah.
you say you've been traveling?
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, right. How many of them are? How many are you?
7 of us, I think. I'm very good at counting.
Seven of you. Well, I'm afraid I don't quite have the room to lodge 7 of you. We don't have a tavern in town either. Not since most of the populace moved to the greater city now north of here. You might want to speak to Old Man Pascal, who owns the farm. Perhaps he might offer you lodging for coin. And he's not quite sure, but you can tell he's trying to get you out of his house and off of his doorstep. He's been about as nice as he's willing to be, and he wants kind of shut this situation.
Right, big man. Thanks for your help.
And he looks at you and sort of nods, smiling, but his eyes tell another story entirely, and he's just like, good luck, and fare thee well, traveller. And he just closes the door on you.
Oh well.
And back to M's situation. Which is still going on. Okay, so at this point, while you've gone into the house and you're dealing with this doddering old man, Fanny Boss has just started wrapping up his conversation on one of the opposite houses. So what do you want to do next? You kind of like, you let yourself into this man's house.
Yes. Can I search to see if there's anything interesting that could help me? I don't even want to steal from him until I really have to steal from him. It's for my friends, though.
Okay, so as you look around, nothing in the immediate vicinity looks out of order. It does look very much like a small town house with at least one person living in it, of which you can see is the old man. You do pick up hints and clues that maybe there is another person that lives in this dwelling, but you haven't spotted anybody yet.
Perception check.
Roll a perception check for me.
It's the only thing I know how I do. 19.
19, excellent. Well, in that case, as you are sort of looking around the house and the old man is doddering about, he's begun at this point to sit at the dining table. He has a small bowl of stew sat before him, and he's begun eating it. And as you look around, you notice, before they notice you, that there is also an old woman who has begun to walk down the stairs towards the dining area, just pottering slowly. And you're just out of a line of sight as of this very moment.
Okay. I don't want to attack her.
For a second, I thought you said you wanted to attack her.
No, I don't want to. I'd rather not to, unless I have to.
You can back out of this at any time and just leave the house. The door is still wide open. That is an option.
Do they have anything that I can use, like money or?
They most certainly have things that you could steal, but you said you didn't want to steal. That is an option. There are things lying around. You spotted a few copper and silver pieces on a dresser, on a chest of drawers in a hallway. You've spotted various foodstuffs lying around, fresh produce, and a few idle books sat around. You haven't had a chance to read what any of the titles say.
I'm gonna try and steal a book, and then maybe the copper, but not the silver, because that would be too much.
That would be too much. Okay, roll sleight of hand.
$13.
Yeah, that'll do it. You managed to grab a random book and 2 pieces of copper without anyone hearing or noticing you. You move like the shadows.
Okay.
I
think I can go now.
You're just gonna slide out the house slowly and quietly.
I don't want to talk to the old lady now because I feel bad.
So you break into the house. Granted, the door was left wide open. You follow the old man in, who doesn't notice you. You steal a book and some copper, and now you want to speak to the old woman. Is that what's going on?
Well, when you say it like that, it's
Just giving you some perspective.
no, I don't need that. I'm okay, thank you. But yeah, I'm gonna talk to the old lady.
Okay, so she's still coming down the stairs after you've done your little sleight of hand to grab the book, and she notices you stood in the hallway just before the door swung wide open, and she peers in curiously, and she sort of like cranes her head around to see the old man sat at the table, and she shouts at him, "Antwoord! Someone's at the door!" And he shouts back up as she's still coming downstairs, like, "No, there isn't! I told them to go away!" And he still clearly cannot see that you're stood in the doorway at this point. So the old woman continues walking downstairs, and it gets closer and sort of looks curious at you and says, "Can we help you with anything?"
Hi there, hi. I was just wondering. Me and my friends are traveling. We don't have anywhere to stay. I was wondering if you could point us in the direction of somewhere where we could spend the night, maybe.
And she thinks for a moment. She ponders, and says, "Have you tried the tavern?"
I've been told there was no tavern, ma'am.
After a moment, the old man shouts back from me, says, like, "They moved the tavern, Esme!" And she goes, "Oh, when?" He's like, "Years ago, Esme!" And they start arguing back and forth about this tavern that doesn't exist, as far as you're concerned. And they've begun to forget about you.
That's okay. I'm very, very sorry I've bothered you. Lovely house you have here.
And Esme turns to you and says, "Oh, thank you, dearie. Yes, I'm quite proud of the house." And she begins to walk you towards the door.
Not too bad.
And she says, "Good luck finding the tavern. It's around the corner. Good. Have a wonderful evening." And she sort of shuffles you out of the house and closes the door quickly behind you. As the door closes, you hear a bolt sort of chunk, 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 and like lock you out of the house. As you're walking away from the house and putting some distance between you and the couple, you can hear them arguing very loudly inside the house about things that don't really matter to anybody, as the older like to do. So at this point, they're both.
I stole their stuff.
You didn't take their stuff, or you did.
They're not. I took a book and
you took the book.
coins.
You have a book and some 2 coppers. Yeah.
And 2 coppers. Yes.
And I'm sure they will argue for days to come about where the missing objects are.
Why should you say that?
Because your actions have consequences.
Oh my god.
As far as consequences go, this is one of the smallest possible consequences. Like you've not pulled anything Gershaw level yet.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
I think I can live with that.
Absolutely nothing. Okay, so you both M and Fanny Boss have finished up knocking on the first 2 houses. What do you want to do next? The rest of you guys are definitely close enough to the village that you will now hear the arguing of the old couple within their house. It's not soundproof.
I'm gonna guys, I don't think the negotiations are going so well as what we'd have hoped.
Yeah.
We'll be close enough to hear the conversations which Fanny Boers and Em were having.
No.
Okay.
Which means your characters are now entirely dependent on information being passed from these 2.
I'm gonna go and find out what's happened before we do anything else.
Okay.
So first, I'm gonna go up to Fanny Boers and ask him what's happened. So Fanny Boers, how goes the investigation? Found anywhere to stay?
No yet, big man.
All right, dude.
Going pretty straight.
That's all I need to hear, my dude. I'll be back in a bit. I go over to M. How goes the investigation?
Not really well. No, they were a bit daft and old, and they couldn't help.
Fair enough.
Just
That's-
out of character for a moment, Russell, have you forgotten that you were given a lead for somewhere to stay, or are you deliberately withholding that information from the party as Fanny Boss?
I mean,
Because I'll throw you a bone and remind you were told to go check out the farmhouse and speak to old man Pascal.
oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Well,
But if Fanny Boss doesn't want to tell that to Gershaw, then, you guys can continue trying to
Since I
fathom a way
forgot,
to...
I'll say Fanny Boys forgot.
right.
Well, Gersha, there's no tavern, but maybe you should ask Fanny Buster again, just in case, 'cause you know how it is.
Yeah, I'll give him a knock on his head. A little bit.
In the
So,
bucket.
Gershaw smacks the bucket.
Bucket on me.
Bucky,
Right. I smack the. Did you just call it a bucky?
It's been officially
I
named.
picked the name 'cause I saw one of the runes things.
Bucky.
All right. I slap Bucky, and ask Fanny Balls again. Are you sure? You didn't hear anything.
They might have said something about a farm.
That sounds much more helpful. Why didn't you tell me this earlier?
It's a good question. Not quite sure.
I mean,
I think the bucket was sitting in front of you, know what I'm saying?
right. I don't know, dude. All I'm gonna say is we need to get this information back to the party, and then we need to find this farmhouse because that sounds like it's gonna be our best bet. And if the rest of the houses around here aren't as maybe they won't be as nice as these folk have been. We've disturbed the peace enough as it is.
Alright,
Let's go back.
let's go.
All right.
So you're
Well,
not
alright.
you're not trying the farmhouse.
You know, we will, but we're just getting the rest of the party.
Okay.
So guys, yeah, Fanny Boy's here. Has discovered the most out of everybody who went out. About a farm.
A book.
What book? Where did you get that?
What book did I get?
Uh,
That should be Stephen King.
I have not thought that far ahead. I forgot to look at random names for books. It is a trashy romance novel.
Oh.
At closer look.
Okay, so the trashy romance novel doesn't help us in this situation. I don't know, but
But now
we'll
M
see
has a
when
trashy
you're
romance novel.
bored. We'll see when you're bored and you don't know what to do, and I'll be like, oh, if only you had a book to read.
but where did you get it?
I just found it like near the place. Someone must have dropped it.
Okay, it looks in pretty good condition, but
I know, right?
yeah,
What-
it's
what a bargain.
lucky.
Yeah.
Right. So turns out there's a farmhouse, and we might be able to buy a room there. So, could we? Do you maybe want to go there?
Just on closer inspection of the trashy romance novel, you notice that the front cover is adorned with a very accurate description of a mostly naked male human barbarian wielding a broadsword.
Kinky. I like that.
Anyway.
All right. So
Thank you.
we heading out to the farmhouse.
I mean, it sounds like our best bet. We've been standing around here with our feet long enough.
Yeah, with porno book in hand, we make a move.
Sure.
So as you approach the farmhouse, before you even manage to get to the front door, the door swings open and you see a rather stocky man looking at you, and because like, yes, I could hear you from miles away. Like, if you want lodgings, it's 1 gold apiece each.
Roll for intimidation.
Please describe the act of intimidating as you roll for it.
Growl at him until he wilts and say try again. I don't know.
All right. Roll for it. Roll for it.
Bear with me 1 second. What is my intimidation? +2.
That's a good question. I don't have your character loaded up. Okay, so a 4 will not intimidate him. So
Yikes.
he.
Can I roll for persuasion and try to smooth talk this unfortunate?
Persuasion.
Okay, you
I'm
can,
gonna skulk away.
but first, Pascal straightens up and he looks directly at Solgra and he says, "Any more of that chat and it'll be a golden half."
Ouch.
All right. Caporius, can you spin your magic, my dude?
I shall try. I shall use the magic of the tongue. What do I roll for though?
What are
Phrasing,
you trying to do?
I wanna basically try the opposite approach where I smooth talk him and try to talk him into giving us a better deal.
Then attempt to smooth talk me, Caporius.
Very well, yes. So please forgive this rather crude approach of my colleague here.
I growl again.
Yes, thank you. We would be more than happy to pay for lodging, but perhaps, given that there's so much of us, you could cut us some kind of deal, say perhaps 5 gold pieces for the lot of us.
Okay.
Seeing as we're in quite bad a state.
All right, roll persuasion on that with advantage because I like that.
Well, thank you. That's two D's then, isn't it? 2 dice.
Yep. Take your highest. Pascal clearly likes being, respected. He thinks bigly of himself.
Natural 20.
Was that a nat 20?
The second one was.
Okay, that still counts even on the even on the advantage. Okay, so that is a fantastic roll there. So you've definitely succeeded in persuading and smooth talking Pascal, and he grins at you and he's like, "Dog, five gold for the lot on yous then." He says, "And I'll throw in breakfast."
That is
Yay.
most excellent.
Alright.
Our dear wizard Safeldas shall pay for all.
Thanks, Safelda.
Safelda side eyes you and just sort of growls a little bit, and she's like, "Fine." This is when so Pascal directs you out to the stables and points pretty much at a few bales of hay and the earth, although it does have a roof over it. He's like, "Right, set up over here. This is all you've got."
This will do nicely. Thank you very much.
And
This is some fine dirt.
he side eyes Gershaw as he says fine dirt, and he's like, "Aye, 'tis fine dirt." And he wanders off back to the house, closing the door behind him.
Wow.
All right. I'm dibs on first pick of the hay.
Excuse me, who got you in here in the first place?
Safelda did.
Svelda points to the dirt and says, "Gershaw, floor."
Indeed, it is my floor. It's all mine.
Svelda is the quickest to find the comfiest looking, although still fairly uncomfortable, stack of hay and other detritus, and manages to make it into something resembling a bedspread as best she can. And she's sort of like beds down immediately for the night and falls asleep, leaving the rest of you to do whatever you want, really.
Well, if we take if we use parts of a tent, surely we'll be able to conjure up something comfortable enough.
It might not be worth cutting up our camping gear, which we might need to use later
That's
for
true,
something
that's
which
true.
is yeah.
What Safelda has immediately forgotten is that you guys all have sleeping bags along with your camping provisions. I mean, they are fairly
Oh,
rudimentary,
there you go.
but
Boom.
although
I know what that's like.
I was literally looking at the bedroll in my equipment, and I was like,
Yes.
Wait, is the bedroll reusable? Just to make sure.
yes,
'cause-
yes, it is.
All right, cool. Alright.
I mean,
So,
unless Gershar soils it somehow, and even then it's still reusable. It's just not as nice.
Right, that doesn't. I don't know why you said that.
I'm just saying that's what can maybe happen.
Sure, shit's the bed.
Apparently so.
Where did you say you have a bedroll thing?
Yeah, we all do.
Inventory.
We all have a bedroll.
Some of you will have gotten it during character creation, but you all have one now as part of the camping equipment that you got from
So I have
John.
one,
Yeah, you
even
do
if
have a
I'm
bedroll. Yeah,
Oh, thank goodness.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go
Right.
roost on the roof with my bedroll.
To be fair, at any point you could have told them not to bother paying for you if they hadn't have passed that, because our Cochrans don't really sleep indoors.
Yeah, I was planning to, but I got interrupted, so it's okay. They can pay extra.
That's fair enough.
Pop, pop.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. I unroll my bedroll in a nice spot, which is like relatively flat earth, and kick away all the stones first, and then
What?
then line it.
Okay.
While we're setting up the beds, I asked you to brave adventures that went and talk to the people if they might have picked up anything else that could be of interest.
I've got a book.
You get a book.
You can borrow it if you want.
That's how it goes. So that's quite alright, thank you. I meant things that are actually useful in our adventure.
There used to be a tavern, and now there's not a tavern.
I mean, anywhere you go where there's drink could be a tavern. So
That is fair. Do we have drink?
I should have stole some.
You
What was that?
Sorry.
you unfortunately don't have unless you have some carried from previous adventures or during character creation. Then no, you won't have any beverage on you other than what you need to survive.
Sorry.
I guess
Um,
sleep it is then.
wait a minute. Oh no, I won't have that. Yeah, it's sleep.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah,
What was that?
I was thinking about the rotten goodberry that I had, and maybe it'd be like ferment like a tiny amount of juice enough for shots. But then I realized that I hid it away and buried it in the dirt before Washali could see.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
gonna be
Can
a
I do
beautiful
a
berry plant when we come back.
yeah?
Yeah.
Can I do a stealth check?
Are you wanting to stealth?
Yeah.
All right.
Before
Who are you stealthing from? The party or from the unknown?
Yeah.
From the party.
Yeah, the party.
All right. You're going to have to roll for that.
Okay. I don't know what my stealth is. 1 second.
Unless you're actually no, you don't have to roll for it if you like leave, because they won't be able to.
I'm on
see...
the roof of the place.
All right. They definitely can't see you on the roof as of right now.
Okay.
I'll only make you roll for stealth if you try and do something that they might notice.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, off camera from anyone, they can't see anything. I perform a very secret ritual and produce 10 good berries before bed.
I thought that might be going there. Okay, yeah, you've got your good berries.
Okay, and that's my final spell slot. I'm just gonna do good berries before bed so that they recharge in the morning.
Smart, yeah.
Well,
No one has seen the secret ritual. They caught not a single glimpse of it. The mystery of the good berries remains protected. All right, is anyone else doing anything before bed?
I read my book.
All right. So, you guys spend the night. 8 hours or so passes fairly uneventfully. It's a bit cold. Yeah, you guys have now had a long rest. It's a bit cold. It's a little uncomfortable at times. You've definitely had a better night's sleep in other places, but all things considered, you've looked out fairly nicely here. And the sun begins to rise on this town, and you begin to hear people mulling around, and the general beginning like sounds of life. Here we go. I'm just trying to hit the button. So you start to hear the sounds of people milling around and going about their daily business as the sun has risen, and it's in these early hours as the sun rises that Pascal again greets you in the barn as he comes out of the house, and he's carrying very basic low-end rations. You're looking at maybe a piece of bread each and a very watery stew. He's got several bowls, not enough for all of you, but maybe 4 bowls and a giant pot of stew that he places down and puts the bread on the top bowl and puts them down next to that pot. And he's like, and there you are, I said, breakfast.
All right. Well, it's better than nothing, so thank you very much, my dude.
And he gets a big grin on his face. He's like, has they heard from John yet?
So say it again, you lagged out a little
He
bit.
says, has they heard from John yet?
You know John?
Ah, of course I know John.
Oh.
And he's trying his best to not to chuckle as he finds it quite amusing to have let you sleep in the barn. He's like, if you go another mile north, Greater Stumpleton, he's boats are moored there. And he at that point he lets out a raucous laugh and chuckles to himself. Like, tough at gold though.
So,
How do you know John?
yeah.
It's like, John, he were back here last summer. Him and that what's that fella's name? Vitus, Beetle, something like that. I
He's
don't
not
know.
that important, it's fine.
You know, tall lad with horns, like what's the face laid down over here. We're here. Last season passed doing something or other. John yammering on about adventure. They boats went up into Greater Stumpleton, just up north. You'll get there in about half an hour. It's where tavern and everything is nowadays. No one comes down here to good old Stumpleton. It's just farmland.
How did you know we were with John, though?
It's like, because he passed through last night, didn't he? And he's laughing to himself. It's like,
Didn't you just say 6 months ago?
Aye, and last night.
Was he there last night?
Aye, we're going on about these 7 Pathfinders or what have yous. I mentioned one of them were a short lad, and one with horns, and some sort of giant chicken, and obviously you lot fit Bill, don't you?
Chicken?
He looks up to Rufus, says like, mate, no offence, Birdman, but I mean, come on. He tosses up some fresh meat to the roof. He's like, don't forget about yon either, and a decent chunk of meat hits the roof. Some of it falls off. He's not great with his aim.
Okay, forgiven.
Oh man, so he gets meat and we get bread and soup. Have you got
All the
anything
way.
else?
Well, Aaron there tried to intimidate me. I don't know what elves eat. Dwarf, well, they'll eat anything, and well, I just there was something about you and Orned one, weren't there? I mean, Birdman up there, he's my favourite.
All the
He's
while
got
this
no
conversation's
shame
going
about
on.
this. Yeah, he's got absolutely no shame about this.
All the way
Fair
while
enough.
this conversation's going on, like my growling is just getting louder and louder and louder and louder.
It only serves to make him chuckle further. And he's like, he says to you, "Alright, well, they must be cracking on then. I'm not sure what he's thinking up there at North, but he paid me a fair penny to let you know that he'd gone up there. Retrospect, probably should have
He
told you
paid
last
you?
night, but, you know, money's short these days.
It's great. It's only 5 gold. Let's make sure that we eat enough. Thanks for letting us stay and for the info.
He's like,
Breakfast.
he nods to you and he starts to go about his business on far. And he's like, good luck on the travels. Don't know what you're doing here, but hey, not see many travellers anymore these days.
Fair enough. Right. Let's divide this food up properly so that we all get a meal. I'm happy to.
Let me munch.
I'm happy to, I'm happy to wait my turn if anyone wants to have a fresh bowl if they need.
Okay.
Not to go already.
I hoard all the meat and eat it as quickly as possible.
Perception check to see why they noticed that.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you notice it. He's on the roof right now. If you couldn't get up there before he's eating it.
Ah, okay.
What about that meat that fell down, though?
The meat that fell down, yeah, that's up for grabs. It is on the ground, though. The 5-second rule has passed.
That's okay, I'm a dragon. Can I make my way over to it?
Yeah, no, you can. Unless someone stops you, you can grab that.
Can I do a slide? No, what is it?
Sleight of hand.
Yeah, stealth. No, stealth.
Stealth?
Like a sneaky. I don't know what the right thing is for this, but
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to subtly move away from the bowl while they're all munching, and move my way towards the meat.
Oh. Well, if that's the case, then we'll get fresh bowls, and then you're going for the meat on the ground.
I mean, I'd say you're going to do that without being spotted.
Well done.
Thank you.
Unless someone wants to take umbrage with Caporius' attempt to get the meat on the ground.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good with
Nah.
my bread and my soup.
So
mate.
you feel very, very accomplished and very happy with yourself, very smug. But you didn't really do anything of any amount of being impressive. Like they kind of let you have it. But as far as you're concerned, you're like a stealth master right now. You're like looking over at
I'm on
M,
the
being
roof,
like,
do I notice?
"We're the same." Alright, so you guys are all breakfasted up, and it's a fresh, brand new day. Sun is shining. Weather is temperate.
Yeah, ideal.
Shall we head?
Yes, Em.
I need to pee.
Okay.
Not in the game.
I think now
mind
is.
if I go?
I think now's a good time for a. Does
Yeah,
everyone want to take a
I don't
short
wanna-
break?
I'm gonna grab a quick pee.
But
And
just
I
like
can
super quick, maybe.
separate them.
All right, very short break, guys. So let me have a quick look at Twitch
I'm
chat.
done.
What have I missed while this has been running? I'm going to have to watch the recording as I have no idea who John is. John is a character who was mentioned at the start. He's in the last 2 sessions. He's an older character of mine, and he set them off on this quest. So they've been separated from John in the last session, and now they know where he is. Shad, I see you say my name, but is Russell pissed? I have no idea. Russell, are you pissed?
Nope.
Nope, that's just how Russell beat. I did see the question about what was on the cover of the romance novel, which is why I described it. That caught my eye. Birchie, yo, I've been looking. This is going great. Thanks, man. I'm enjoying doing it. I'm hoping people will enjoy this stuff. Makes sense. Thanks, Brickleton. No worries, Reeve. Potbelly back. Yeah, I don't know Johnny either. Yeah, I assume you mean John. Yeah, you'll get to meet John. That's maybe gonna happen soon, or maybe happen eventually. Who knows how things play out? I can't predict this group. And then there's people mention stealing things, not 20 on stealth. So is this a game based upon someone making up a scenario as you go along? Well, Coffee, there is a overarching storyline which I have written in this homebrew campaign, so all the major plot points have already been pre-written by me. How we get between those plot points is entirely up to this party and how they handle it, so I have to kind of predict what they're going to do to some degree, and then provide an actual story to assist them with what they're doing.
I bet that's been fun.
Yeah, after 2.5 sessions now, I've determined that I can't predict a goddamn thing any of these guys are going to do, and just kind of roll with it. Some people play very serious games where there is no jokes, and it's taken as like a very like hard fantasy. Some people play it like it's a dungeon crawl like Diablo, where it's all about the combat. Because there are combat encounters, we just haven't had one this session. We had a big one last session as well, so I'm giving people a bit of a break from punching things and hitting things with swords. Although M is our resident angel of death and highest DPSer at the minute, when that eventually happens. But storyline-wise, yeah, is I'm just filling people in on the D&Ds. And there's also other people that play games where it's very roleplay heavy. I think we kind of hit a middle point where there's like some roleplay, some combat, a bit of everything going on. This is the way to do it. It's all about the fun. Yeah. As long as people are having a laugh with it and enjoying the storyline. Which is why I keep putting effort into making things like the maps and stuff for them. Although I didn't want to make too many maps before this session because I can't predict which way they were going to go from where they were, and I didn't want to like make a bunch of stuff for the south and then clearly have what happened here where they all went north. Because that would have been a waste of time. But maybe next session we'll get more maps. Right. Is everyone happy with their break? You're good?
Alright.
I'm having my break time, although I didn't get a snack, but I'll be alright.
No munch for
No
you.
snack.
Gonna
munch.
have a cheeky munch on a cashew.
Are you munching your nuts?
Not right in my hand right now. This is chocolate,
Russell,
but, you know.
what the fuck are you doing?
I bought some snacks, but I think they're really loud to chew, so I kind of changed my mind. I don't want to bother people.
You just
What's
sit
next?
here like this.
Okay, so you guys have got yourselves together and ready to do whatever you're gonna do. So as a party, what do you want to do next? Who wants to decide?
Find Jorn.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
going
let's
to
go.
John and finding out what the fuck's going on might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so as far as you can gather from speaking to Pascal, John and Vitus were last seen in the port city of Great, or is it Great or Greater? I forgot what I wrote now. It might be Greater Stumpleton. Great Stumpleton. Great Stumpleton, yeah. So you are currently on the map to the south, and I'll show everyone else on Twitch the map again. If you look, there's the big banner in the city. It's like the topmost city on that continent with a banner on it. That is Great Stumpleton. That is where they are headed. He may have he may have mistold you how long it will take to get there. He reckons when he said to you that it will take about half an hour to an hour. You're in for about 2 to 3 hours worth of walking because you don't have any transportation other than your feet. But it is fairly large enough that even from a distance you can definitely make out that this is an actual city and not just this small sort of farmstead that Stumpleton the Lesser is. As you make your way there, I'm assuming you're making your way there, I should ask.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay. So you're gonna make your walk. You'll be heading north for a few hours. As you walk, again, great weather, perfect conditions. There's not much in terms of forestry around you. You notice that there's quite a lot more sort of open plains and farmland on either side of you. Still getting a good view of the ocean as you walk it, and you manage to make your way into Great Stumpleton. And as you reach Great Stumpleton, it's not a walled city, but there are clearly contingent of guards patrolling and scattered about outside. You can see ahead of you as a carriage rolls past you that it is stopped, and the guards sort of check it and then allow it to pass through into the walls. So as you guys approach, you two will also be stopped by the guards unless you're doing something else.
Yeah, was it like an aggressive search? Did we see anything like that, or was it more just like a general what have we got sort of thing?
From your vantage point, it was it seemed fairly standard.
Okay. Well, I mean, like none of us have got like any mega weapons. No, we do actually. We have mega weapons, don't we? We do. Of course we do. We have a freaking
Thinks about them all on my back.
Maybe you don't.
Yeah. Maybe before we go in, maybe it's best to clean the weapons if you guys haven't already. Just to
Yes, actually.
whatever. I mean, I'll clean off the one hand which actually used to hit somebody last time. You know. Is everyone done? Clean their weapons?
Guess. Yep. Scrub my maul on the dirt. Try and get the blood stains off.
Considering the equipment that you have on you and the resources available to you as you're walking towards Great Stumpleton, you don't really have the time to really make them like shiny and clean. They seem used, but I think you've done enough to make sure that they can't tell that they've been used within the last day or so. It's
cool.
at a glance, you're not quite sure when these weapons might have been used. Should that even be an issue for the guards? You don't even know that yet.
No, but it's always good to.
Yeah.
Good to,
No,
good to- good
I
to-
appreciate the forethought.
Right. So Does someone want to take the lead talking to the guards?
I'm happy to do it.
Nice.
Okay, so as you guys are
You want the
approaching,
charismatic one?
as you guys are approaching in your group of 7 towards Great Stumpleton, one of the patrolling guards spots you as you make your way onto like the main path, and he calls out to you and like halt, and calls you over to come speak with him. Seeing that there's a fairly large group of you, like 7 is is unusual for that many people to be traveling on foot. He calls over a few of the guards. So there's 3 or 4 stood with him as you approach, and he looks out to Caporius, who is the closest to him at this point. He says, "What is your business here in Great Stumpleton?"
We are here to meet the great adventurer John Dundergos. We have an appointment with him.
He hears John's name and sighs heavily. He's like, "And can we assume that he's expecting you?"
I should hope he is. I really should hope he is.
And no further questions are asked of you at that point. You hear some muttering from one of the other guards, clearly exasperated chuntering going on about John. You can definitely make out John's name being said in a less than positive light, but not one of hate, just one of frustration. And it says, "I assume you're all carrying weapons and the whatnot."
Yes, sir, we are.
And rather than search you, he sighs and says, go on through. Please try not to cause a ruckus."
Just before we head on in, can I just have a quick word with the head guard there?
Yep.
So we obviously John doesn't seem to be having a good reputation here. What happened?
Oh, what doesn't happen when that oaf is around? He's obsessed with glory and adventure. Apart from the war out to the west, I mean, nothing happens in these parts, and we like it that way. Peace has reigned here for 40, 50 years. We're not in the business of dealing with adventurers and death cults and dragons and tombs and whatever have you that John has been talking about these last days. I can't stand the man. I don't hate him. He embodies everything that we don't want here.
But has he done anything?
Apart from drinking and being very loud, no. But
That's fine then. That's all I need.
he definitely seems the sort. If you know what I'm saying.
Starts walking away.
And the guard watches you walk away. He's like, 7 more Johns, and goes back about his business.
It's not fair.
What? He's taking too long to talk. Gush ain't got that kind of time.
No, it's not fair that he called us 7 more Jorns.
I mean, you guys are bona fide adventurers. You just stole a book from some random person's house.
Why do you do it like that?
Hey, we are ignorant accomplices. We don't know that they stole the book. She just said she found it. Sorry, Em just said they found it.
Session 3, and you're already committing petty theft.
I'm sorry, what was I supposed to do? They didn't remember shit.
I don't know, not steal the porn mag. I don't know. Like,
Can we stop arguing about my book? I've got something.
All right, so you guys enter into Great Stumpleton. It's a fairly big port town. It's nowhere near as big or as ostentatious in places as Biargath was. Like you definitely, you can on first glance you can spot that. It makes you realize and appreciate more just how large and bustling Biargath is compared to this. This is a fairly standard port town by any measure, but for you guys, it seems small. It seems empty in places just because there's not the huge populace all milling around, going about the business and transporting goods back and forth for the dwarven guilds. It makes it fairly easy though to spot the one and only tavern that is located in Greater Stumpleton. It is the Dancing Badger, and you can see that it's actually 3 stories tall and fairly large. It's a big building. It looks at first glance like it might double up as as maybe a small hotel, considering it's a port city. Off to the distance, you can definitely see various ships, galleons, trading vessels, all moored at the port. you definitely are able to make out the 3 galleons of which you travelled on all the way to this continent along with Jorn. So that gives you some sense of hope that Jorn is in fact somewhere in town.
Bets are
I
on his
think a
tavern.
tavern.
Anybody want to bet against that? I mean, I got some spare gold. Make this interesting, you know. Just
No.
well, oh man, guys, too smart, man.
Quickly changes storyline so that Gershar loses money. He's next door! What was that?
Can I steal money from Gersha?
You can. Although that's going to be a
You can
complicated
try.
roll.
I'm joking. It's fine.
Oh, man.
For now.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do? There are also, I feel like it's worth pointing out, just while you're here, so that I don't forget to mention it again in the future, since this is a rather large city as far as, you know, this continent goes, and it's a port town, aside from the tavern, there is a whole bevy of various shops and goods outlets that cater to all manner of potential objects. This is a really good place to go browsing and picking up new equipment and items and things. You can find not anything here, but you've got a much better chance of finding certain equipment here than you have, say, in somewhere with no shop like Stumpleton. So that is also an option for you guys.
Just a quick out-of-character question. There's not really much useful for monks here, though, because unarmored defense and fists.
You're just thinking about armor and weapons. There's, you know, vehicles, or should I say mounts. There are potions and the like. Anything that you might want to buy.
That's actually handy, yeah.
Yeah, see, so this is a place
so-
where if you went up and down the high street, you can find all manner of items and objects if you were interested. Trinkets and the sort.
Right, guys, I'm shooting up to the potion shop, like, ASAP. Anybody want to come with?
Damn right.
I'm good.
Shall we
I'll
go shopping
explore.
before we go and find no one?
Let's go shopping!
Oh yeah.
Like it.
Bear with me while I get the shop open. So you guys go to the potion shop first, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I just need the price table up and I can't remember where it is. Before you guys start haggling, which I know you will.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly, which is why I need to have the... Cool, someone has made a shopping catalogue. That is exactly what I need to be looking at. Apologies for the stream and for everyone in party right now as my internet slowly dies trying to load up a new Google Drive link. I promise it'll be over shortly.
I got you.
That's a rip.
I mean, out of character, you know, I can fix that. Just,
Maybe should buy some Wi-Fi.
yeah, just buy some RAM.
Yeah, a little extra feature. It's free.
Alright, potion shop. I need to be able to zoom into this. I can't make all of this out. Alright, that'll be loading. Wait, so you enter the potion shop, and as you who's going in first? Who's doing this?
Me.
You.
I want in.
Alright, so you reach the outside of the potion shop. As you travel the high street, you spot all the usual bits and pieces of various shops. You walk past a blacksmith. Then you also spot some leatherworking going on. A Fletcher is also making bows just outside of his shop. There's several, like 2 or 3 adventuring supply shops and some textile shops. But you finally reach the potion shop, which, as per all fantasy potion shops, has the large icon of a bubbling cauldron above its doorway. You can't see through the window of the potion shop, as it appears that large bookcases are blocking all of the glass front of the store. So as you open the door, you hear the bell ring, and you are met by an ungodly stench as you spot various disgusting-looking reagents around on various pedestals and cases and desks, and you see a small decrepit woman who's manning the counter. She pushes her glasses up and looks across the desk at you. Says, "Come in, come in. Like, do you have coin?"
Yeah, I got coin.
All it takes
what-
for you to say is yeah, and she immediately starts jumping into her salesman spiel. It's like, we have every manner of potion you could require. We sell oils, we sell jugs, we sell flasks, we sell basic potions, we sell some artisan's tools. We have alchemist
Gotcha.
supplies.
I'll save you the speech. I only need 3 things, or maybe more, depending on your stock. But for now, health potions. You got any of them?
So she
Some other a potion of accuracy, if you've got any. You know, I've been struggling a little bit recently with apparently punching things immediately in front of me. So maybe a potion of enhanced eyesight. And just for the road, if you have any of them potions that can cure hangovers.
and she says yes, and have you tried water?
I'm talking about something that's a bit more of a quick cure rather than everyday or all day sort of thing.
And she takes a glass of water off the side, and you can see her fiddling with some various mineral reagents as she's crushing them with a mortar and pestle. And she pours them into the water, swills it around, and hands you the cup and says, "Try that."
Drinks it.
You feel fine.
Cool. So, how much did I drink?
And she
When I
says-
say drink it, was that just a whole thing?
And she says, "Does that feel better?"
I mean, I meant like more for later, but I wanted to try and see if you're gonna kill me or not. But it's fine.
And she says, "Excellent. That'll be a gold piece."
Can I? I'm gonna do a bulk buy. So you can just put it on a tab a second. Alright. So don't worry.
And she says, she literally says, "Sorry, not for years have we done a tab, and no refunds."
No, that's okay. But just put that up on the receipt because I'll just do it all in one go.
And she begins noting down the 1 GP for the for
Alright,
the D&D equivalent of an aspirin.
All right, cool. First of all, how much does a health potion cost? And also, what kind of how strong is it?
She thinks it says
Obviously.
she says a health potion. You mean a potion of healing?
Yeah, just you get it. Just
Is it-
how much?
35 gold pieces.
Hell no. There's a freaking tavern down the
Says,
road that I
you
can find
you
for,
won't
like, 2
find
GP.
cheaper potions of healing anywhere on the continent. Most shops sell them
Yeah,
for 50
yes.
gold. I have them for
No,
30. 5.
Nope.
And she thinks to herself,
Yeah,
8.
you said 30.
Did I?
You said 30. Then you said 35. Then you said 38.
And she starts
So
counting
I'm
on her
thinking-
fingers. She's like,
Tell you
no,
what, look, look
definitely
at your hand,
35.
Look at your hand, right?
She looks at the hand.
Right now, if you take the 3 and you just immediately get rid of it, you're left with 5.
She says, yes.
And by that logic, those health potions cost 5 gold points.
Roll persuasion.
7.
All right.
That's not going to cut it.
Right. Let's go. So 1. So roll. Oh, that's in general stuff. Just a minute. Give me a second. Just got to go to the other general bit. I've gotten 12.
That is not going to cut it, unfortunately. That is not a high enough roll. So she
I'll tell you what.
she looks at you and says, yes, 5 and 30 gold pieces.
Do you know
for
what?
35 gold pieces.
I'm gonna try wooing the old lady with my horn. With my horn.
All right, go for it.
Now, as you obviously do not see my logic, let me explain it through the medium of song. Fair one.
And she
And after all, you are a wondrous bastion.
and she's taken aback and she blushes a little and she says, "Fine, I'll do them for 25 gold pieces."
But right after that, right? Listen. I have after that 1 gold piece. You charge me for a free sample, like going like 20% Karen.
20% Karen.
And I have 14 gold pieces left. I would like to buy 2 potions off of you. One of them being a potion of healing, and the other one a potion of accuracy. Is there any way you can cut a deal? Seeing as you charge me for the free potion, I just gave you performance, which is worth like 1 million gold pieces. Just saying. I know you don't know me from this content, but on the other content, seriously, man. I sell out towns and stables and everything, man.
Roll for
You don't
deception.
know. Yeah.
Can we hear this conversation going on outside?
Did anyone else enter into the potion shop with Gershar at the time?
Not at the time, I don't think.
All right, so the rest of you are still on the high street looking at the other shops.
Shit.
Although you will have heard the horn from inside the potion shop. What was your deception roll there?
Can I use inspiration? Use inspiration.
You can use inspiration to reroll.
Inspiration to reroll. Yeah.
Okay. She believes that perhaps you might be some sort of big shot bard from the other continent, despite not looking anything like a bard. But the horn helped sell the idea. And so
I'm incognito, okay? I don't want my fans to recognize me, alright? I have enough of this shit as it is, okay? If you've not heard Wondrous Bastion already, I mean, come on, there's so many shitty covers of it at the minute, I mean...
So she sort of like looks, it's like leans in, beckons you to like lean in with her, and she looks from left to right to make sure no one can hear her, and says, "Okay, between you and me, I'll do you the potion of healing for 14 gold. But no lower."
5.
And said, "Nope, I won't hear of it. 14 gold is my final offer."
6 plus the potion of accuracy.
Dude, out of character right now. Potions of healing are 50 gold pieces by standard. This is like the biggest discount.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get it lower.
She's not hearing it. She's like, final offer. Take it or leave it. I can't possibly sell you anything for less than 14 gold pieces.
Right. Now, here's what I've got in my shop. 12 gold pieces. I need 2 for like lodgings and stuff in the future. You gotta understand. So like 12 is still pretty good.
So she thinks for a minute. She ponders it. 12. You can see like the cogs are turning as if she's wondering if she might get in trouble.
1 more performance.
So then I don't need any more performances, dearie. And she's thinking to herself whether or not she'll actually be able to get away with not getting in trouble for selling something so cheap. She says,
"Fine, take it or I will perform."
Just tell you what, dearie. Fine. I will sell you a potion of healing for 12 gold pieces, and you must tell no one that I sold it for you at that lower price.
Deal.
All right, and she.
Right, so 13 gold pieces because of the plus.
Yep.
1.
So she takes the gold pieces off of you and sashes them away and hands you a nice big. It's not particularly impressive. It's just a regular flask, but you can tell that the concoction sort of bubbling away in it. It seems to be the genuine article. So 1 potion of healing.
Should I just add that to my inventory?
Yeah.
Or shall I do it by the notes bit, like the extras bit?
Whichever one you prefer. Whichever one's easier for you to use to keep track of things.
Okay, I'll do it here. I'll put it next to my ration in the thing.
Okay.
All right, cool. All right. Says thank you kindly to the to you, oh wondrous Bastion, and walks out very smugly to the party.
She nods to you as you're leaving and walk before you like, open the door to walk out. And she says, "And remember, tell no one."
Yeah, tell nobody, right?
No,
Like,
not a soul.
Not a human soul.
Not a soul at all, dearie.
Not a human soul. Got it. And then leaves before they can say anything.
All right, so you've left the potion shop now.
All right, cool. And goes over to the entire party and tells them about the fine deal I just got. Yeah, she said not to tell them the human soul, and I know I'm kind of pushing it a bit. With oh god, you got rid of your name on the Discord. God damn it. I know I'm pushing it with Solgra. But you know, I don't think she'll be able to tell. So it's cool. Yeah, so and also I'm not gonna lie. I don't think she's about it that much. She was pretty free to turn her back to me. So if you did happen to get that book by other means, maybe you might want to use your skills there. I don't know.
I was going to ask if anyone else was going to go in the shop so I can go in with them, but not with them.
I did actually want to go in and have a quick peek with this newfound
I wanna get some
information.
books.
So
I want to go in by myself, so I will let you guys go first.
So you guys are all in the high street, and there's a potion shop in front of you at this point with a Gershar around you. There is also a small arcane shop, a tailor's, and a general store with adventuring supplies, and also, like I said, the leatherworker, Fletcher, and blacksmith. So there are all your options for shopping
We're
of all
still
manner.
in the potion shop. Calm your beans.
That's fine. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that you understood that this is not just a high street with a single potion shop on it, like it's Powerland.
I mean, I'm going to steal something and then I'll go somewhere, another shop. I want a crossbow.
Yeah, well, in case if you're gonna steal, I think you should go last.
But what if they don't see me?
But what if they do see you?
If they do see you, all of us are getting hit in the neck. There's plenty
Exactly.
of people out here.
You
Well,
guys,
well-
do what you want. I'm chilling fine. I have
Well-
no idea who you guys are at the minute.
While you guys are thinking about stealing, it does occur to you as you look around that there are, a fair many guards just, wandering around doing the business, taking patrols and just keeping the peace. So you know that there is a police force of a sort in this city.
Hey guys, I got an idea. Right.
No.
Just hear me out, okay? Now, there was only one person at Potion Shop. This could be the greatest heist we have done ever. / the first heist we have done ever. I have a plan.
I like where this is going.
Right, you are the sneakiest amongst us. I don't know how the fuck you do it. You scare me a bit, to be honest. But you can get in there pretty quick. And what I'm saying is, we have the perfect team for distraction. First of all, Fanny Boars.
Yep.
You have plenty of gold, right?
I've got 12.
Right, so go to a tavern and get shit-faced and start
Good
causing a
idea.
ruckus outside,
Yeah.
okay?
So,
Now,
gonna
don't
take
do
a
it.
while,
Don't do
though,
anything.
depending on
Don't
what
do
you
anything
find.
that's going to get you arrested. Okay? Just do enough. Just do some shouting. Just do some whatever. These guys seem pretty alright with any race, so you're not going to deal with any issues there. A drunken dwarf is nothing strange to the eye. Washarid, can you keep watch over the potion shop from above?
No. I'm gonna go buy some books.
Well, what if I told you about my hidden Lumu skincare routine that is apparently canon for the last session?
It's okay, I don't have much skin. I need a book. I'm gonna go to the arcane shop.
Can
Dang
I point out something real quick?
Yeah.
Not in character, but Gersha just went into a potion shop and serenaded the lady with a penis straw on his face.
Yes, he did, and no one has pointed this out to him yet.
I forgot. Sorry.
Right.
I forgot as well. Thank you for reminding me. That is that
I
happened.
mean, it's I don't know. Well, seeing as I don't know. Seeing as on this big shot performer in her eyes, maybe it's just like a Prince thing. You know, like I don't know.
It does strike the gods as well that you met earlier as just one more thing that's just screams adventure about you rather than.
Well, right.
While these lot are arguing about whether they're going to pull a heist, can I go into the potion shop?
Yes, yeah. So you're gonna enter the potion shop.
Right.
Cool.
Caporius, you and me, right? We did pull off a hell of a duo in our first skirmish. We did.
Yeah, I suppose, but also everyone's already moved on, so like, I just want some potions, really.
So
God
Solgra
damn it.
enters the potion shop and the bell rings as per usual, and the old woman again looks up from her spot at the counter and sees the intimidating half orc enter, and she keeps her cool and she smiles like, "Hello there. Can I help you?"
Burns for poultice. No, poultices for Burns. I fucked that one up.
And she hasn't had to sell any of those in a while, so she
Magical
thinks.
Burns.
She said, magical burns.
Yes.
And
Dangerous, well.
it takes her a moment to flick through some various texts that are on a bookcase behind her to try and figure out if she can even give you anything for magical burns. But she looks she looks at you and smiles a little bit. Still intimidated by your stature, and she's clearly concerned at the orc half of your heritage. And she very shyly asks her, "Are you perchance an adventurer?"
Could say that.
And she visibly like eases up a little bit because she feels like half orc adventurers not likely to cause as much of a ruckus as a full orc in her potion shop. And she says, just hold on a moment, and she goes into the back, and you hear her clatter around, and she returns and hands you a few pulses, and she says, I'll sell these for 2 gold pieces. Yes, 2 gold pieces. And she's clearly terrified out of her wits.
Each or all together?
In total, 2 gold pieces.
I'll take them.
And she smiles and hands the pulses out to you for you to take from her. And she
Give her the 2 gold.
she
much obliged.
reaches a hand out shakily and takes the gold from you, and she nods and she continues smiling, but you can see the terror behind her eyes. And she's like, fantastic doing business with you. And she just kind of like stares at you, like still smiling, nodding, but really wishing that you would leave her shop now.
Turns around and just leaves without saying anything.
As you like pass the threshold of the door, you can audibly hear her like let out a sigh of relief.
Can we go to the arcane shop?
Yes, go on.
The
And then I
arcane
just walk
shop.
back up to the squad and say, got what I needed.
Excellent. Okay, the arcane shop. Who's doing the arcane shop? Just Sharid?
Well, I'm selling the potion shop at this point, so.
I'm still rambling on about this master plan.
I want to buy a crossbow.
It involves me drinking, so I'm still...
Right, so if you want to buy a crossbow, you'll need to head to... who do I have with a crossbow? Who would you go to for a crossbow?
Fletcher?
The Fletcher does have crossbows of varying size.
Can I afford them before I even go and waste time?
You would know that weapons like a crossbow are fairly expensive in most regions. You get the feeling that you can probably get some stuff a little bit on the cheap, not by much, but just a little. And you're thinking it's probably going to cost you upwards of like 30 gold for a well-made, handcrafted crossbow.
Then it's okay. I'll go next time.
You could haggle or steal.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Out of character, how many poultices did I get?
2.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are like anything outside of like smaller general store kind of items are gonna be upwards of like 10 gold plus. Like some of the stuff, and this is like on the cheap side of things at this place. You might want to earn some more money somehow, or you can also haggle if you're very specifically after one thing. But I don't feel like you guys can. You don't really have the coin as of this moment right now to do a big spending spree.
Would that antidotes count as generic adventurer stuff, or is that too specific?
That is a good question. Let me take a gander. I think it's just going to fall under potion. So it'd be potion shops, things like antidote. I will do a quick search in a moment while Shreed wanted to do some arcane shopping.
Yes.
Antitoxin would be general store, sorry, yeah. So the arcane shop is situated directly opposite the potion shop on the high street, and you can see that its sign is in something of disrepair. It looks like they used to be. You can see from the outline of weathering that the logo for it might have been a wizard's hat, whereas now is the name of the store, and literally hanging from the name is an actual wizard's hat. That's how they've chosen to cope with the loss of the fixture at the front there, and it's just called Magic and Stuff with like an N.
Nice. I see the sign. Look very promising and walk inside.
Okay, so as you enter again, bell rings and the door opens, and you are greeted with the sight of an old man. He's looking rather short and decrepit, much like the if you'd seen the woman similar from the potion shop, and he greets you cordially. He's very shocked and confused by your appearance. You feel like this man has very rarely seen any race that isn't a human, let alone something quite as exotic as an Aarakocran. And he...
Hello, good shop, sir. I want berry information. Do you have any books on berries and assorted berry goods?
And he takes a moment to think. He's like, but he's stuttering. He's like, you can talk. Berries.
I conjure up a good berry and do druid craft on it to make it sparkle.
He looks at it. He's like, a druid. Like, books on berries. Let me see. And he begins to scroll through, and you can see that he's got some various arcane focuses and some bits and pieces like druid stuff. There's a stray yew wand that he just sort of like pushes out of the way as he's looking for specific tomes, and he looks at you a little sullenly, and he says, "No, I don't appear to have any in currently. We've not seen a druid in these parts for some years. I haven't had need for the stock. Like, but berries are like, come back tomorrow and I'll see if I can conjure something up for you." And he
give him a sneaky side eye, and I pass him off the shiny good berry and give him a quick little nod.
He takes out.
Thank you.
He says, and your name, sir?
Just call me the good berry.
The good berry. It's like, very, very good. Berry.
Very good.
And he takes the good berry and places it in his pocket of his haggard robes. He's like, do come back and I'll see if I can find anything for you.
Oh wait, how do I? Okay. And I leave the shop.
Nice. You leave the shopkeeper grinning. He seems to have found new purpose in finding something more difficult than whatever the usual trappings of merchandise he has to sell to those that pass through the port. With that brings all of you to the back into the high street, as it were. Gershaw still rambling to himself, maybe about pulling off the great potion heist.
I think it's still to Fanny Boars because Fanny Boars hasn't even left yet. Everyone else is like just left as I've been mid-round.
I was just giving Fanny Boss an opportunity to ignore your ramblings and walk away.
Do you want to do that? Well, anyway, as we get through this, right, you're going to cause the ruckus, and then I don't know where Em's gone, but she'll basically sneak in, and then Washari can sit on the roof and he can keep watching and stuff. Yeah, just I thought you said you left for the crossbow. Oh well, yeah, you can sneak in. I know Washari's gone, but I'm sure you'll keep watch later. But yeah, basically, like, inside information is ask her to make you something for a hangover, and she'll turn her back at that point, and then you can steal stuff. That's like the perfect moment.
I walk up to them and I go, "Have you finished talking yet?"
No, hey, you were part of the plan too, but you seem to have not really cared. But you want in on this? This could be good.
What if I went in and distracted potion seller?
I mean, she gave a shit about my music, man. I mean, that's rare enough as it is. I mean, Lake of Mist is just.
Well, if I go in and crack up a conversation, then right, you come in with me, and then you go steal some shit.
Yeah.
Where does she the stuff? Does she keep it behind the counter or is it in the shop?
Various bits from what I saw, but she's got like this. If I remember correctly, like behind the counter, there's like a little passage where there's some stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Gershaw recalls seeing no actual potions whilst in the potion shop, other than the one he was handed. As far as
Okay.
actual flasks go.
Can I just check before we actually commit a heist? Where do we stand on those antidotes? Would they count as expensive items, or is that?
An antitoxin or any kind of potion, yeah, they would still be kind of expensive.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you this only
It's
once.
okay.
Are you sure you want to start committing crimes?
I want no part of this. I'm gonna go call the guards.
That's
No
up to
one
you guys.
It doesn't sound like the best plan, but.
It's
You know.
not nice. We're just taking some potions that we can't afford otherwise. I'm not gonna use them. I haven't taken any damage yet. I will use them in case people need them.
Well, all I'm gonna say is that we're kind of clean because I went in there and bought a potion already, so we're kind of in the clear.
I'm not
For the
gonna
most
I'm not
part,
gonna
as long-
stop you guys from attempting things you want to do, but I will point out that this is probably erring on the side of a bad idea.
Alright,
It's possible. What you're describing is possible in the rules of D&D. You could pull this off, but the risks might outweigh the rewards on this one. Just as a heads up, I know that you guys are all like newer players, but this might
Right,
not be
well-
the most sane idea you've had.
I'm a
I mean-
fighter, not a thief.
Fair enough. Right, well, we'll do a vote. I mean, what shall I need? Before you go calling off the guards, it might hold off on that depending on what's going on.
Nope, I'm going.
We don't have any potions in general.
Well, I mean,
Good berries.
I literally did just haggle this freaking potion for 12 GP, like
What?
flaunts the potion.
While this is happening, I'm gonna go call a guard and point over.
No, what shall I, please.
So you flag down a guard, and he looks at you, and you point towards the group, and he sort of wanders over towards Gershaw, and the others are gathered, and He looks at Gershaw first as he's closest and says, "You adventurers staying out of trouble?"
Yeah, I was just saying about how I got this potion super cheap.
Ah.
Can I do a stealth check in the meantime?
Can you do what? Sorry.
A stealth check from.
His attention is directly like on Gershaw at this point, so you can skulk away if you want, completely unnoticed.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go to the tavern.
So, so the guard looks at the potion that you've got and he says, "Ah, didn't know she was making healing potions again." Says, and then he looks at you and says, "You might want to keep out of trouble lest you have to use that."
Well, never know when you might need it. But when you say it's been a while, like how effective are her healing potions? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, so out of game, you would know that the a potion of healing heals 2d4 plus 2 HP on use. In universe, the guard will just tell you that. I mean, they're fairly standard.
All right, cool. As long as there's no funny business with that.
And then definitely, and he takes it from you for a moment, and just prises it from your hand and shakes it, so he like agitates the liquid inside. And the
Hey! I just paid for that.
The telltale
you break it, you pay for it.
The telltale red glimmer like shines through from the liquid as he shakes. He's like, "Yep, that's the healing potion, all right," and hands it back to you. And says, and then he begins to walk away and just looks. He's like, "Got my eyes on your lot."
Nice to meet you too, good sir.
I talk to Gershon and I tell him, okay, perhaps we should, you've got your potion, perhaps we should go find John. What do you think?
Is everyone done the shopping? I mean, I'm happy to, I've got my heist idea. Right, well, yeah, Emma was shot either. Sorry, Solga.
It looks like you keep players buggered off anyway. I point to the fact that M is no longer with us.
Oh, well, I mean, Fanny Boys, feel free to get drunk if you want, but the best way to do that is to the tavern. So it might be best to head out unless anyone wants some extra shopping.
I'm going to go to the potion shop.
Oh, you're going to the potion shop.
I'm going to get fucked fast.
So you enter the potion shop again. Bell rings, door opens. The old woman still looks a bit shocked from her last visitor. Is just calming down. She looks across the door as it opens, and it doesn't see you initially before like gazing downwards and spotting the dwarf enter. And she perks up a bit at seeing. She's like, oh, please, come in. What can I get for you? And she's already forgotten to go off into her like marketing spiel after the fright of the half orc. So she just kind of like stares blankly at you.
Hold on. I'm working. Right, that's all day. Hollow potion seller. I've tried the battle, and all your strongest potions.
She looks at you confusedly and strongest potions. I fear my potions are too strong for you, traveller.
Potion seller. Unpredictable.
No, I'm calling it. That's as much of the bit we're doing. we're not spending all night retreading the potion seller meme. I appreciate the attempt. Honestly, I'm surprised we got 3 people in that shop before someone did made the reference.
I kind of had to.
I thought for sure that Charles was going to do it the second he got in there, but... Okay, so Aspinall, she asks you if she can get you anything. Are you...
I'm the blower, I'm just going to walk out.
You just spin on your heels and walk out, leaving this old woman absolutely and utterly perplexed as she tilts her head and just remains gobsmacked. You leave the shop and you're back out into the high street. So the entire party minus M is stood currently in in the high street, and Em is already making her way to the Dancing Badger.
I would have liked to have been gone halfway too.
All right, so you and Em are
I
like
don't want to associate with these degenerates anymore.
you and Em have put some distance between the rest of the party.
Gashor remembers.
So
Sharif?
shall we head to the tavern?
Let's do it.
Yes.
All right, so as the rest of the party are catching up with Em and Shareed, let me change over the sounds. So you reach the outside of the Dancing Badger, and as Em and Shareed, who are closest to the tavern, begin to approach the front door, suddenly the door slams wide open, causing a ruckus, and the sound pours out into the streets of what sounds like a bar brawl, and suddenly an unknown man is thrown through the doorway out into the street as he skids on his back into the middle of the street, and from the insides of the tavern you can hear the telltale voice of Jorn Thundergod roaring with laughter as he punches yet another bar patron.
Yeah,
Do we
so
stop him?
well, Shareed, you didn't seem to be too keen on hanging with us. You sure you want to go hang out with John?
He seems like a good guy. He's not stealing from old ladies.
As you stand there in shock watching as you stand there in shock at the man who is currently laid out in front of the tavern, from inside the tavern you hear a raucous cheer as everyone in the bar is like, "Hey!" And you can hear more punches being thrown and bottles and various cups being thrown against walls.
Finds a quiet corner and takes any table that's empty.
So as you enter the tavern, the whole group of you, before you have a chance to make it to the doorway, the man that was laid out in front of the tavern stands back up and runs headlong back through the doorway, screaming loudly as he himself throws a punch. So you guys have to meander through, avoiding this fist fight that's broken out.
Fair.
Well, you do manage to find a corner, and it's not long before John spots you sat at the table and sort of lumbers over to see you. He slams his hands down on your table and with a huge grin says, "Pathfinders, you've made it!"
Do we
Hey,
need
John.
to roll an inside check to see whether he's actually absolutely wasted or not?
You can see without doing any kind of check that John is usually half cocked most of the time, so he's definitely a few meads in and having a grand old time. Is the big barbarian.
That's why I
John,
asked if.
you
There's no check
having a
needed.
good time?
John grins like, "Taverns, mead, good times. Obvious, isn't it? Yes, I am."
Hey, how much gold have you got to spare? Because I realised that we're all kind of a bit low on cash, and we've made it out here.
And
Is there any way we can get an advance payment?
he says, "Why didn't you say so?" I was like, "We have plenty of gold on the galleon. I'm sure Vitus is around somewhere. He does the money things. I do the drinking and the punching.
Fair play, my dude.
Just
Not gonna
tell
lie, that sounds pretty good.
just tell him what you need. I'm sure he'll take something from the stockpile."
Cool. Sweet.
Money.
And so he sits down at the table and calls back to bartender. He's like, "Bartender, 14 meads!" And waits for him to come over as he sits with you at the table and says, Tell me, what happened?"
Well, we were abandoned, and then we made our way up.
No,
What about the first part there, though?
I mean the light. The big the beach, the sparkly light on the beach. What were you doing?
What light?
When you landed for the night we were preparing to send the boats, I was very excited, and then suddenly there was a blinding light, and we were moored in this city. We came looking for you.
We saw no lights.
No.
Others.
So you went on the
Then
beach.
again,
No,
Did you leave the beach?
We never made it to the beach. We could see the beach from the boat. We were there. We were preparing the crate, loading the boats, and gathering the men, and singing songs of glory and triumph. Before we noticed on the beach was a bright, shining light from your campsite, and then next thing we knew, the boats were here.
We had a really weird night the first night.
But
everything went deathly quiet, or so we've been told, and we felt very tired when we woke up, like we didn't rest at all.
He interrupts Shareed to say, "Quiet? No, it's very, very loud. Very louder than me."
What noises were you hearing?
Just a loud ringing and then a boom from the beach.
Was that? Oh, that was after. Oh, okay. That was something else. We're talking about the night. Was that during the night?
No, no. During the sun had not yet risen.
Oh, so did it sound like tries to mimic the sound which we heard from the ringing?
You can't really gather from John the way that he's describing it that it would sound similar to yours, but it's definitely the polar opposite of what you experienced in terms of the silence at night.
Oh yeah, no, but isn't I was asking, isn't like I'm trying to mimic the sound of the obelisk.
Oh, you're trying. Are you trying to actually make that sound with your? Okay.
Yeah.
So he leans in and listens intently to you and says, perhaps, maybe. I don't fully remember it, to be honest.
Well, the fact that it's coming up with some sort of memory, seeing he's half cocked, I'm gonna assume that that's the obelisk then.
And at that point, he grins like, "Obelisk? What is this about an obelisk? Tell me."
Guys,
sure, what is it about an obelisk?
Oh yeah, Em, do you want to show him the book that you found with the obelisk in it?
No. Can I send that book at somewhere in town? After we're done with this.
Probably, yeah. I mean, like, couldn't you just like barter and stuff?
Okay.
And make him a value for it if you wanted to. You might be able to trade for the crossbow.
Somewhere in town.
So John is leaning in very intently, and he's waiting for someone to tell him about this obelisk that he's just heard Gershon mention. He's like, "Obelisk sounds like a venture."
There was this gigantic black obsidian thing in the middle of a pit. There were 4 sides with runes on it, and someone mysterious walked up and put blood on it, and it started making these fancy effects.
Yeah, we didn't see who. It was just
someone.
You can see that John is absolutely enthralled with the story. He can't get enough. He's like, "More. What else happened?"
Well, the
levitating, and then it fell back down and went boom.
Yeah, well, we discerned that there was multiple figures that we could see in the distance. We decided to observe, and yeah.
And then we found the orcs dead near them.
Yeah, but the figures, like, there seemed to be like a reaction to one of the figures specifically, and then they decided to draw on each of the sides.
Roll
different effects.
Roll deception for me.
Again. All of us, or just
me? You? You're the one telling the story now, so trying to say that it's someone else.
This is not going to go well. So, as you finish explaining the story that you saw another group bloody the ruins of the obelisk, and these things happened. He takes note of your recently bandaged hand, and this is the most serious you've seen him as he leans in very close and hushes his voice. It's more shocking as you've never heard him be this quiet and stern. He says, "You're messing with things you don't understand." Leans in myself. No, I really don't. But you seem to know.
That is a fair reaction. Yeah, so he leans into the party as a whole and tries to remain hushed. He's like, "Not here. Vetus will have more for you. But
Good.
bloodying a magical obelisk yourself with no instructions is a very, very stupid thing to do. And I should know. I've met me." And up he leans back.
Was he nice?
He leans back and chuckles broadly to that response, and you see him return to the jovial John that you've grown to know. He says, "Well, little can be done about it now. Besides, let's drink and be merry, lest you have other plans."
Does anyone else want to do anything? Maybe go for some last-minute shopping. Maybe sell a certain book that they may or may not want in their possession, unless they want you to reference it for the rest of the campaign.
Can I check something about the book?
Yes, what is it?
Does it have any like names written or something inside, like penciled in or of the owners?
No, the book appears to be, now that you've had some time to look over it and check the pages and the cover and whatnot, you can see that it's in pretty pristine condition. It's a very well-kept book.
I'm gonna go and
Where the steel-
At the very worst, there is some minor creasing on the spine. It's definitely been read before, but it is in otherwise perfect condition.
I'm gonna go and sell it.
Okay. There's also a chance for you to go see Vetus amongst yourselves when you get a chance, as to maybe acquire some coin or other supplies, as John did mention at the start of your conversation.
I think that's a good idea. Some coin would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but before we start drinking and stuff.
Yeah.
But beforehand, can I talk to Jean?
Yeah.
And just ask him about. So, we're in the tavern. Do you mind covering this for us?
And he chuckles heartily and says, "Well, I would have offered, but since you're asking, how about we arm wrestle for it?"
Hell yeah.
And so he slams his arm down on the table before you, waiting for you to take a grip.
Takes his grip, caressingly so to confuse him.
He caresses your hand back and smirks.
I see you know this game.
So I've been winning arm wrestles before you were born. So can you roll for me a strength check?
Ahead of you. Got it.
Okay, and
14.
At least it's not a 7.
Don't.
he lets you think for a moment that you're gonna win. He really does let you have a moment of hope as you push his arm down. Then he bares his teeth and grins heartily and pushes down on your hand, slamming it to the table. And as he chuckles, like, "Haha, still got it." He's like, "Tell you what, I'll pay for it anyway." And he stands up, kicks his chair across the bar, downs 2 of the meads that were on the table before him, and wanders back into the ongoing brawl.
Fair play, man. He's a strong dude.
So you guys
Right.
you guys are now sat at the table with the remaining flagons of ale and mead, and all the possible things that you could do. What do you want to do?
I think Em wanted to go do the book thing.
Yeah, I'll go very quickly and then come back if they're still there.
Okay, so there is a bookstore in the port, which would probably be the best place to maybe get coin if you wanted to
Yeah.
try and sell this off. So as you enter the bookstore, you're greeted by a young man behind the counter who is he's busy reading through a tome on the desk, and the entire store is just one chunk of a library. You see like book upon book lining the walls. Every possible area that you might place something down, there is instead a pile of books. It's just absolutely packed. And as you enter, he takes a moment to look up from his book and says, I'll be here if I can help you. And continues reading his book. Feel free to browse.
Good evening, good sir.
And he looks up and corrects you, says, I think you'll find it's still morning, but good morrow all the same.
Is it morning?
Yeah, you guys slept in the... You guys slept in that place, and then you've walked here, so it's still... It might technically be afternoon at this point. Either could be correct. But he...
Good afternoon then, sir.
He nods, and a wry smile crosses his face. He's like, "It may well be. What can I do for you?"
I was wondering if you were interested into buying a copy in a very good condition of a book.
And he looks at you curiously. Says, "We don't often purchase books. We tend to go for the rarer items. But I'd be more than happy to take a look."
I mean, this one, it's absolutely amazing. Like the plot, it's just.
So he's like, "Well, I'd be glad to have a look and appraise it at the very least."
Get the book out of my bag or satchel, or I don't know what I have.
And
Give it to the lad.
he takes the book from you, and he smirks initially, and then his face drops as he sees the cover, and he begins to rifle through it. You see him checking various edges for markings, and he checks areas just behind the front cover, and he attempts to hide his expression from you, and hands it back to you and says, and how much would you want for this particular item?
7 gold.
And he lights up, and he's like, he says, I couldn't possibly give you 7 for this. No. I'll do no less than 30 gold.
I'll take it. That's perfect.
And he smiles very happily. Can I get you to roll an insight check?
Does he fancy me?
I mean, he could do, but it's not related to the insight check.
It's rare.
The guy in the book.
Damn.
I don't think we need to like.
Okay, so you from that insight check, you get the sense that he is agreeing to this far too quickly. You're not entirely sure how bartering works here, but you feel like this has gone far too smoothly. This may be worth more than he's trying to pay for it.
I don't know how much a book is worth. That's why I said 7.
No, you don't. But
hit a super high number.
But
Hit
now,
a high number and then go down.
yeah,
from there.
you have this feeling that this is worth significantly more than the 30 gold pieces.
So I was wondering, since it's in such good condition, and considering how much this book would be popular with all the ladies of Great Stimpleton, they would like fight one over the other to read this gem of a book. Maybe we could do 37 gold pieces.
Out of character, maybe go higher.
50.
Go super high. Go like
Higher.
100. Just like
100.
yeah.
100
Oh
gold.
my
He
God,
he takes a moment to ponder the 100, and he says, 100. I'm afraid that might be somewhat out of my price range. Would you consider taking 50 for it?
60.
55.
Aye, that's good. I'll take it.
And so he nods happily, and he takes the book from you and hands you a pouch containing 55 gold pieces. And he says,
Pleasure with you. Happy reading.
he smiles quite happily. He says, "This is quite a rare volume, actually, first edition, and in such good condition. I never thought I'd see something in such good condition at all from this particular series. Like, I'm very happy. I hope you too are happy with your sale. Thank you very much for stopping by my shop."
Let's add that. How much did I get? 55.
55 gold.
Bloody hell. Guys, that's how you do it. That's how you get me.
Grand base.
And I'll go back to the tavern, and I think they're still there.
Yeah.
So while Em went,
Going
did you
to
guys stay where you were?
Vitus?
Sorry, you're gonna go find Vitus.
Yeah, if Keiko's going, I'll go with him.
Yeah, I'll go as well. I think it's a good idea that we all go and get some monies.
Yeah, we should get some money.
Sugar Daddy
I'm gonna try
Beatles.
I'm gonna try to sell my bucket.
So
No, you can't.
You can't sell Bucky. I'll buy Bucky off you.
Bucky.
with your 1 gold piece,
2.
2 gold pieces.
No,
I can give you 2 copper bits.
We are not selling the bucket.
So where are you guys gonna go then?
To
To Vitus, so he was on the galleon, wasn't he?
Alright, so you guys are gonna make your way to the galleon. So as you head down the streets, which are getting progressively busier in the sort of end of morning, early afternoon, you notice that there's still various carts transporting crates back and forth. It's busy, but you've obviously seen much busier in Bjargath. But it comes as no surprise to you as you wander the streets of the port town. Now that you've gone back, I need to I need quicker ways of changing music. Means shipyards. Here we go. So you guys head to the shipyards and to the actual docks, where you find the galleons moored, and in a small area with a few crates lying around at the end of one of the docks, where the first galleon is currently moored. You can spot from a distance the very sour-looking face of one tiefling, Vitus Lani, who is currently engaged in a small dispute with what seem to be port authorities as you approach him.
March up and go, is there a problem?
And the Vitus looks past the port guards and says, "Oh, the Pathfinders, you appear to have made your way here. Yes, there is something of a problem in that they do not want a tiefling such as I wandering about the place unwatched." It's at this point that you notice that Sefelda has gone completely missing and is no longer with the party. And so says,
Takes note of the guards' attitudes towards different races and starts to step between him and Virus.
So the guard nods to you after you've stepped between them and says, "Now, as I've explained to Mr. Lani here,
Nah, shut the fuck up.
we have no problems with you being in the city, but we can't have tieflings running amok unsupervised." And Mr. Dondergaard felt that he wouldn't be able to supervise Mr. Lani, and no one else amongst this party wishes to travel with him. So,
Well, how about you shove your policies up your ass a second, and we just literally deal with it. He's not hurting anybody.
He
He's just being a
doesn't-
dick.
I'm sorry, but that is the law.
Yeah, no, it's not the law though, is it? Really, it's just you being a dick.
And several of the guards step forward and say, "I think you'll find, Sonny Jim, it's the law in this port."
Is that depending on who you're speaking to?
We cannot have the non-humanoid races running amok in this port. For 10 years,
Step forward
and
at this point.
that is the point at which they notice Solgra, and they become fairly agitated, and saying, like, turn to Vitus specifically and say, "Is this one with your party?" And Vitus says, Yes, he is one of John. She is one of John's Pathfinders. As we've already discussed, the Pathfinders have free reign in the city. To which the guards begin to relax a little bit. One does make the motion, say he's got his eyes on you specifically, Olga.
And I do it back.
Right. Well, if the law is such a problem here, well, I am a human, so surely this is a-okay then.
And he nods and says, "If you wish to escort Mr. Lani throughout the city, then that can be permitted."
As long as you apologise to how you're treating my dear friend here.
And he scoffs and says, "You'll get no such apology from any member of the guard here."
So you're not worth your salt then.
And he snarls at you a little bit, and it's just like, "You're lucky that you're with Mr. Dondergod."
Yeah, I know, but it's a shame. Shame I'm not, you know.
And so the port authorities just scowl at you and begin to walk off of the port. Remember, no wandering about separate. Yeah.
Yeah. No something. Don't really care.
And they traipse off down the port, back into their sort of barracks guardhouse that's towards the south end of the docks. But you still see occasionally several of them patrolling. This is when Vetus addresses the group and says, "You must understand. We've learned recently that there's an ongoing, how should I put it, conflict in the region, which is putting all of the guards and the local government on edge. The conflict hasn't made it out this far yet, so I understand to a degree. They've been relatively cordial, and let's face it, there's not many to extend that to a tiefling such as I."
Yeah, it's just not deserved. I mean, like, fair play. You talk a lot, and I don't really care for that, but... talking about talking, though...
I mean, he side-eyes you and under his breath says, "And just when I'd started to like him."
Well, there is something I do want you to talk about.
"And what is it that I can help you with, Gershaw?"
Berries,
Wow.
berries. Oh,
Money.
I mean, yeah. Well, as you can
Yeah.
see, we have various, not demands, but various needs at this point. First, we're kind of skint. We haven't really got much money, and we may need to restock. So, if possible, if there's any gold that you can provide us with either an advance payment of what you want, of what you need, or if you can give us, I don't know, something like 30 gold pieces each.
He begins to lead you onto the galleon and says, "Ah, yes, follow me. Mr. Dondergod had in fact prepared you a stipend. He neglected to tell me this prior to us landing at this port."
Understandable.
And he leads you below deck to what is his makeshift office, and begins to rifle through one of the cabinets until he finds the pouches, and he digs out 6 pouches and hands them over to you and says, For every day that you accompany Mr. Dondergod and will be paid in back pay after you return from various pathfinding missions, Mr. Dondergod has allowed you 75 gold pieces each."
Ooh. Nice. All right, let's add that to our pouches, guys.
Good enough.
Let's go.
Indeed.
And then as you're taking the gold from him, he says, "And I must point out, as I feel it is my duty, that you will only receive this stipend in the name of," and then he looks down at his notepad that he's always carrying, "in Mr. Dondergod's words, prime adventuring." Now, I'm not sure what he means, but you've met Mr. Dondergod, and I'm sure you can understand the general gist of things.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Excellent.
There's
And with that out of the way, and he crosses some notes off and says, "What can you tell me about the night you landed on the beach?"
We had this discussion with John just now in the tavern.
And Vita sighs, hearing, "And I'm sure he'll forget."
Yeah, but we experienced something different to what you did. So can we just confirm from you that it wasn't just a drunken sight from John?
And
What did you see?
He flips back through his notepad and says, "So, 2 nights passed. Pathfinders land on beach. Preparations for landing party begin. Night draws deeper. Blinding light from shore. Suddenly moored at Greater Stumpleton."
Did you hear any sound?
And he flips through his notes and says, "I believe there was a high-pitched shrill that accompanied the light."
Does anyone have any questions before I carry on talking?
The blood on the obelisk thing, but just mention it.
Yeah, sure.
And then Vitus
so-
continues, "The following day, John and I, with a contingent of 5 of our best," and he sighs, "guards, travelled the various countrysides, travelling north, south, and west in search of the Pathfinders. We arrived at Stumpleton and left a message with a farmer, and then travelled to the west, and eventually doubled back here and stayed the night. That is our experience. Throughout the day of yesterday, we did in fact hear several large thuds coming from the south, which is when we began to turn south whilst doing our searches, before John insisted that we returned to the port. Could you shed any light on that for us?
Before that, before we go into that, you were on watch that night. Do you want to tell about your experiences to Virus? Or Vitus?
I didn't think it was weird, but you guys thought it was weird. That was.
It would have been
Solgra.
Solgra.
It was quiet.
And
Yeah.
so Vitus perks up and says, "Quiet on the night of the loud noise and the bright light. Yes, that's what you're saying." And he makes a note of this.
And we didn't see a bright light.
Can you describe any other phenomena for me?
The night was too short.
Too short, and he starts making a time dilation, perhaps. Like, very well, do continue.
And Sefelda said that she sensed something magical in the air.
And he,
Where is
We all were restless.
he knows that, and
We
he's
didn't
always
have a
like,
very good sleep.
what was that, Cactus?
We all were restless, didn't have very well. I didn't sleep very well.
And he takes a note and says, restlessness, time dilation, silence. And then he looks up and says, and where would be the demon princess?
We actually have no idea. Does anyone see her?
And that's he looks up at you over his spectacles and even raises an eyebrow and says, "You lost a tiefling. How?"
Sorry.
I don't know.
Were there not
Well-
screams when she entered the port city?
No.
And-
Did she enter the port city? Because we were all talking with the guards and they seemed fine with our party at that
I
point.
don't
But
recall seeing her there,
no.
to be honest.
I don't remember.
When do you last remember seeing her?
In the barn.
Barn. Yes, barn.
Breakfast.
Yeah.
Interesting. And he makes another note about Father vanishing.
There's a lot of stuff going on, so I didn't really take note of her missing.
I see. That is possibly more troubling than the beach. Do look into it, won't you?
Will do.
Uh,
But
so tell me
about
more.
the-
What of yesterday? I was hoping that you might shed light on the strange occurrences that we heard during the middle of the day.
Well, I'd like you to shed some light on something, actually. Let's just say this is the only time that John's ever been serious when we mention this. So we know you know more than what you're letting on. So there's no one else around in this galleon apart from us. So let's talk seriously. What are you hiding from us?
I hide nothing from you. You merely do
Obelisk.
not ask
Blood.
questions. And he flips through some pages and he turns his notepad round to show a drawing that looks eerily similar to the obelisk that you've encountered and says, perchance was it something like this?
Yeah.
And it says,
Shadi, do you still have the sketch of the runes?
Yeah. I'll pass him the sketch of the runes that we have.
so he snatches the runes from your hand and compares it with his notebook as he flips through some more pages. He makes some space on the desk and begins writing and ushers the party to come closer and says, "Yes, I feared as much when I heard the sound." And he begins to show you his notes. He's like, "I've managed to make so much as a cipher for some of these runes. We've encountered them before." And he begins to slowly translate bits and pieces of it. And it takes him a moment as he ponders over certain letters and certain glyphs, wondering whether or not he may or may not have the correct translation. It's at that point that he feels fairly confident that he can share with you his findings. And he reads, so did you etch these directly from the obelisk?
That's right.
So these are to scale, are they?
No, the big one should be the big 4.
Yeah. It says these 4 larger glyphs. They would, I imagine, if we lined them up in much the same way that you have on this note, it would spell Ebon. And I would read the rest out if my text file would open with the actual translation. Why aren't you opening? Thank you, finally. It's open like 6 notepad files. Okay. So this is the moment where Vitus begins to read from the from his notes as he's translating the glyphs. And he says, when all 4 of the runes receive the blood of one who resonates with the scent of Idal, the Ebon Death shall begin to stir. What did you do?
You're not gonna like this. Shows him my hand.
And he takes a moment to compose himself and sits down. I presume that was your blood that set off the obelisk.
It was all of ours, but only Gershaw's worked.
You experimented. You experimented with your own blood on an arcane object you could not identify.
Yeah.
Now I understand why
Science.
John likes you.
Well, there's something which I do need to know though. What's this Idal?
Sorry, I did mention I wasn't going to read from chat because it might throw the pacing, but Potbelly Bat has very rightly reminded me that this is all happening while Gershaw still has a dick drawn on his face. And no one has told him. Thank you, Potbelly. That was well worth interrupting the flow.
Thanks, man. Thanks so much.
And this is, of course, why Vitus did not tell you, because you interrupted him at the port, as usual. Told him you don't like him talking. So he's going to leave you to that. Drawn in blood, of course, yes. What was I saying? So yes, So what were you... Idal, you are... Okay. And he takes a moment to collect himself. There's a lot of thoughts running through his mind. So not a one of you is familiar with the tale of Idal.
No.
Nope.
What do you know of the pantheon of gods in Enos? I know not everyone is a follower of any particular god in this era, but Idal is fairly important.
I don't know. The monkhood I travelled with were boring. You know, I just like floors and sitting on floors and stuff.
And so,
What? Did you say anything? I don't know. I thought I heard something, but it's okay.
What?
so Vitus begins to sit back in his chair and says, "Very well. I shall recount one of the more well-known tales of Idal. And when I say well-known, a lot of the history, or at least the true history of Idal, is lost to the common folk, and is found usually practiced within the darker cults of Edis. Idal was once a titan, I suppose, a jester to the pantheon of Edis, a happy fellow, if I were to use that word, and I rarely use that word, until, and again, much of the translations have been lost. An event occurred. Many believe it to have been something revolving around the death of his one true love, as as the story goes. However much of this is true, I can't be certain. But something, regardless, turned Idal from a happy and jovial titan to something of a troublemaker, and then eventually an outright malevolent force of nature. Which is, I suppose, why many of the cults of Edis, well, the darker ones at least, choose him as their patron. There are further tales of Idal, and I'm not sure I recall many of them right now. I'd have to check my research. It's a name that I haven't heard in a long time. I think maybe he had a brother, though I can't be certain. Give me some time to read through the notes again.
What was the translation again?
And he reads back and offers it to you, like, when all 4 of the runes receive the blood of one who resonates with the scent of Idal, the Ebon death shall begin to stir. I know not how Idal works into this particular event we heard yesterday, or how any of your bloods might have anything to do with such a malevolent force, but I pray that you did not manage to activate this obelisk entirely, as we do not know what it does.
Well, we know what it does. We just don't know everything it's done.
And he sighs and face palms. And what do you know of the idol of the obelisk?
Well, we did some finger painting. And it as we discussed, I kind of it reacts to me positively and to others negatively.
He's very shocked at this choice of words. Positively, you say. In what manner?
Well, someone painted the rune and got sent back and had magic shit happen to them. And when I did the same thing...
That was the Felda.
Yeah.
The rest of us didn't really have anything happen. It didn't react.
Sefelda got, like,
At this point, he interrupts you and stops you entirely. You're telling me Sefelda Dragonheart was allowed to paint blood on a mystical, arcane object of which none of you fully comprehend?
Well, you didn't tell us not to.
Well, it's science, my dude. I thought you were intelligent, man. You gotta account for all factors. Like, it's...
This is probably advanced your research by decades.
Yeah, like, honestly,
he sits
no one
back.
had the balls to do this, man. Like, we did it. Okay?
He asked the party outright, what do you think a tiefling such as myself and Zefelda is?
I don't really
No idea.
care
We
what you are.
the unholy union of a full-blooded demon and a humanoid of any of the mortal races. Sefelda carries the blood within her of a particularly nasty demon.
Okay, well, it, the obelisk didn't like that demon then.
And he calms down a little bit and takes a moment to compose himself. The obelisk rejected Sefelda's blood.
Yeah.
Curious. Very curious. And he's taking notes the entire time that you're talking.
When I did it, and we did a control test, don't worry, man. Like, believe it or not,
He looks at you, still eyeing the graffiti on your face, and widens his eyes like, you control tests.
Oh,
I
am
am shocked.
Well, right. Basically, I painted one of them over some dried blood, and I thought it might have just been my blood loosening the old blood and then reactivating it. So we decided to wipe each of the runes clean after our initial experiments with everybody's blood being used on the obelisk. And
He continues to note all of this down, like word for word as you're saying it.
Oh, I act shocked as he does not seem to react to us all painting the obelisk with our blood.
I mean, he's sighing at the appropriate junctures as he has come to understand the kind of people he's dealing with.
Well, as I continued finger painting, we had the obelisk raised up and did like slam down with like a small slam.
This makes him perk up, and he looks up at you and says, "How high?"
The first one, only a small amount. The second one released a sound which was so loud it nearly burst all our eardrums, to be honest. Although I seemed to be fine when that happened. Everyone
and
else.
the visions, the eggs.
He notes
The
all this
eggs.
down. He pokes like he says,
Eggs?
One moment, Sharid," and he actually, I can't do it, but he actually pronounces your name 100% correctly. Like very, very respectfully towards you, and he says, "Let me take down Gershaw's notes, and then I'll get to you."
But can you teach me that after this? I need to learn how to do that because I really cannot pronounce that for the life of me.
No,
And
it's
I'd
easy.
love for you to teach me.
Are you asking Vitus to teach you or Sharid?
Both.
Vitus looks sidelong at you and thinks, maybe.
Well, I'll chuck in some extra spicy details. So, the third one led to runes glowing from the obelisk, like specific ones, like all of them highlighted, the ones that we etched. It was. I seemed to have some sort of like magical aura around me when I did it. I didn't notice it because, well, look at me, man. I don't really take note of much. And then Sefelda and M were told me that I was glowing and shiny, so I looked around and I was like, I felt like a lot better, like I felt lighter.
And
in a good way.
he glances at M as being the only one in the room other than Svelda that would have seen the thing, and asks you to describe it. The aura that you might have gotten from Gershaw.
It was something different, like it was something that had to do with magic.
And he nods curtly at you and says, "Well, you are from the Fae. I suppose you would know better than I." And notes it down as well.
And then the last side was the most interesting, as it both went up and made the noise. I think. No, it didn't. It raised higher. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but it went a lot higher than the first time and came down with a massive slam that everybody.
And
kind of
he
had to
interrupts
brace
you
for.
to ask, "And did the obelisk ever actually stop making contact with the ground?"
Yes, it levitated for a small amount of time and then slammed down.
He makes notes of this, and it looks very panicked note-taking. He's like, yes, okay. Fine. And you can see him making notes, and he kind of zones out a bit. And then he finishes, he looks up, and he looks to Sharid, and says, "And you mentioned something about eggs."
Eggs. Don't say that word, please.
He tilts his head, and
queen,
he's like, I
insect.
trust you, Sharid, but is this relevant to the obelisk?"
Yeah, insect, eggs, paddock, eggs, the insects, the queen.
And he takes a moment trying to figure out, like, if you're meaning something other than just regular eggs. And he hears insect and queen and says, "I don't often need help, but can someone perhaps translate?"
Washarid, I know I'm not the best at understanding people, but when you say egg, how big was it?
It was incomprehensible, and in the egg there was an insect crawling out, and Caporius had a vision of a queen and others of hives, and I'm certain that we unleashed something awful by lifting the obelisk up. The eggs.
Can I have everyone in the room roll a perception check?
Oh no.
Aw.
That's a rude.
Folks in his own eyes.
Fuck.
7 + 1.
Hey, just ran for level 2.
Perfect.
Is that everyone's rolls then,
realised.
isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so only M will notice this with that roll of 23. So M, you're the only one in the room to notice that during the panicked conversation that Shareed is having and Gershor is backing up and Capo is talking about, as they begin to mention eggs, insects, queen, hive, you notice that visibly Vitus's face begins to darken, and you see what might be a sense of fear actually cross his face that you've never seen before. And just as quickly as you notice it, Vitus composes himself and pulls himself together again, so you would have just spotted
Okay.
that moment on his face.
Can I say something?
Yeah, it's... You experience this, but if you want to keep that to yourself or tell the party immediately or tell them later, that's all up to you, whatever you want to do.
Vetus, I think there's something that you're really not telling us and you should tell us before we go back and do shit for you.
He sighs. He's like, must learn to control my emotions better.
Yes, I should.
Very well, I do not have all the information currently, but the words that you are discussing sound very similar to a ancient tale that we have begun to unravel in our own searches in this constant last season. We don't have a name for them yet, but there appears to be a creature that we are not as of yet entirely familiar with, though we believe it would fit some of the descriptions of the words that you are using from this panicked vision you all seem to be having, which does very much concern me. And I believe they may be linked in some way to this obelisk you have found. I should also point out that obelisk you found may not be the only one, as we found one somewhere further north in the grasslands to the west of here.
Side glances to Shroud and says, "Hey, do you want to do more finger painting?"
Not this time, no.
The best I can tell you is we found further runes which may identify this creature, though I can't be 100% certain that it's what it's referring to. All we have managed to find is the word Riss, and he says it unsure of the pronunciation as he's never heard the word but only seen the runes that he's translated. And he shows you the runes in his translation. You can see that Riss is spelled X-R-I-S. It says, these 4 runes have appeared on another obelisk, similar to where I imagine, and you can see that they're of the same size on the etchings that he's taken, so on the similar sides to what you have found the word Ebon. But that is as far as our research has currently taken us.
Out of character, but could you put the word in the chat because I didn't understand the spelling?
I will.
Thank you.
Also write it in the settings
Oh.
info so it doesn't get lost.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect.
And you can see that he's got 4 more runes that were about the same size as the runes that Shareed has taken etchings of. So they may line up to another obelisk. He says, I'm still not entirely certain that those are the order the letters are meant to appear in, but this has been, as of thus far, my best guess. We did attempt, unfruitfully I might add, to to ask the local populace about any stories regarding both Riss and Idal, and were met with either fear or ignorance. And then he closes his notebook and says, "Unless there's anything else, I'm afraid that that's as much as I know."
How well mapped is this area? Well, do you have it mapped?
So you've got the maps to the world, so you out of character know more about it than your characters will. As for your characters themselves, Vitus will provide you with as much surveying as he and his team have done, which, if you look at your maps, and I'll show a zoomed out version for chat, the maps will allow you to see Great Stumpleton, the city to the north of it, and then nothing beyond that point, again, because out of character I haven't devised that, I'll be a later stream. You'll also be able to see the small village in the centre of the map between yourself and Fontaine. That's about as far west as the maps that you've got will go, and you'll see that to the south of that you'll have, as far as Vitus's maps go, there are just dunes. But he does mention, there's like a scribble on his map that he gives you that says potential outpost and then orcish ? So that's kind of as much as you've got to work on.
Okay.
And where
Okay,
the new obelisk is west of where we are now.
Yes, there
Northwest.
is there's a little cross on his map, and I'll do it up for you guys between sessions. Little cross, and it's between Great Stumpleton and the lake, so it's kind of within that wooded area.
That's not far. We could go.
I think we should, but I'm also wondering if there's potentially more than two. And they might be in some sort of pattern over the land or some sort of...
Yeah. Can
bigger
we compare our approximate location of our obelisk and let Vitus know?
Yeah, you can mark that on his map and let him know that's where you think you were approximately. Marking that as
And
a...
do we notice anything? Like, are they in a straight line from each other? Are they angled from each other?
You can't discern a pattern off of these two. If one were to exist, there's not enough information there for you to figure anything out yet.
Okay.
I mean, because any 2 points on a map, you can draw a straight line.
That's true.
It might be worth investigating this new obelisk, given the knowledge we already have on the first one.
Maybe just... Well, because you already got the sketching of it, right? So the only experiment that we could potentially do is literally the finger painting, and I don't know whether that's a good idea to do that immediately, as we may have already set some things in motion that we didn't want to happen.
Oh, and before I forget, because I didn't export the most recent map, the top city on the map as well is named, and you can Vitus has that on his map as well. That's Goodton, literally called Goodton. I need to I forgot to put that out for you. Sorry, Shirley, I interrupted you.
What
That's
about
okay.
the tiefling?
The what? The tiefling.
Yes.
So you cut out. I thought it was a question for me. That's to the group, isn't it?
Well,
I don't mean the tiefling we're talking to. I mean the tiefling that's currently missing.
yes, that was apparent. I was just trying to decide how broken up I was by it.
Well,
And Vitus side-eyes you and says, "Is that a dig against Sefelda or against tieflings?"
No.
Una reverse card.
Well, as far as we can tell, I think she left she left us at the barn. Like, did anyone actually see her in the morning, or did she just bail overnight?
I
Again, as
didn't.
far as we can tell.
I didn't see anything, to be
I
honest.
remember she was there when we went to sleep, but then don't think she was there in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it doesn't come to bite us in the arse if we decide to not look for her.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be a good idea to maybe ask around the tavern, or maybe some of the shopkeepers, just in case we might have seen anything.
That might be
Maybe,
worthwhile.
yeah, it might take a while, but it might be worth just checking around, just in case. And she might even appear by the time we've done. It might take us, what, 1 or 2 hours to do that? Something. While we're taking
Well,
the time just before we head out.
I was thinking we could go back by the barn on our way back to look for anything foul, but it's a bit out of the way if we are in fact heading west.
Yeah.
So, before you leave his makeshift office on the galleon, Vitus pipes up and lets you know. Now that you have been found, I suppose, the plans are for John and I and the guardsmen to load up several wagons, and we are going to head inland and set up a new Ford operating base. Although I believe the plan overall is for John and I to end up in Goodton. He believes he'll find an old friend there. So once you are done with your investigating, that is most likely where you will find us next.
Okay. How long will you be there? Just out of curiosity.
Says, I can't say for sure. You know what John's like. Although I suppose if he does find this friend he's looking for, we may be there for. And he tries to guess at what John's intentions are. I was like, it could possibly be weeks. I haven't a clue.
Okay, so I'm going to say a safe guess of 3 weeks, roughly.
And he, Vitus nods and says, very well could be.
Okay. Just making a note of that, just in case we take a little bit longer than expected and have to guess where you're going next. Would you return back here to the galleons? Or are you going to leave them here ported?
He says, the galleons may well remain here, lest we find more appropriate mooring as we go. Though if we were wanting more closer to Goodton, we would have to sail possibly around the entire continent, and we haven't mapped the whole thing yet, so it's likely
maybe
they'll remain here.
So maybe we call this as like a final rendezvous point, just in case you head off and then we head off for a little bit longer than expected.
I can assure you, lest you die out in the field, I doubt John has any want to return to Bjarageth without his glorious pathfinders.
Oh, cool. Does anyone else
And then
have any
he
questions or anything?
puts a finger up and says, though if we don't see you in a fairly long amount of time, then we will assume that you have succumbed to some terrible fate.
I understand.
That's okay.
Does anyone else have any
I think that's
questions?
all for me.
That's all. Yeah.
What do you guys want to do next then?
And before you can leave, Vitus takes another 6 sacks of gold coins out of his desk and hands them to you, and says, I'm sure John would want you to be paid for tomorrow's work as well. I doubt he'll be seeing you for a while. And so that's another 75 gold coins each.
Another 75.
Because don't spend it all at once. I'm not sure when we'll next get a chance to pay you.
Wait, my last 75 didn't get saved.
You need to type it in and then add it, like the ad.
Well, I did that. It didn't.
Out of character, I feel good giving you guys about 150 gold points now. I've seen what the economy's like. I think you might need about that much to get any of the stuff that you actually want.
Yes. Before we go anywhere or do anything, can we do another toilet break?
We can.
That is actually a pretty good idea. I need a pee.
Alrighty, another break.
I need a snack.
Catch you guys in a little bit.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I will catch
Might grab
up
a
on
slice of
chat
toast.
and see what's going on.
Catch you guys in a bit.
Say hi to people from us.
Well, we can just say hi. Hi guys. How you doing? All right, we'll be back in a bit.
Alright, what have we got? What have I missed out on, chat? Let me have a look. Oh, we got some new followers. Might as well see what happened on the feed. Taylor, I think that might be pronounced. Taelr. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I hope you're enjoying sticking around. Radical Zerka. That is a cool username. Thanks for the follow. And I've seen your name before. What's that? Habamajak? I'm sure I've seen you in Cactus's chat recently. Thanks for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the adventure that we're going on. Let me see what's going on. Barak, good to see you still hanging out in chat. I'm glad that you got in on the jokes for the blood on Gershell's face, which he still hasn't cleaned off or been notified of. Jeff, I'm pretty sure I saw earlier that that's Saya Jeff, right? The Jeff Port. Did you change your name, or am I misreading something? I'm sorry if that's wrong. Lots of people commenting on M's bartering ability. Yeah, M really does need to learn to barter. If she watches the VOD, she's going to find out that she could have earned a lot more money for that book. But you know what? I think she's happy with what she's got. I suppose that's all that matters. 7,000 gold was an earlier bid. I mean, it wouldn't have been that high, but that would have been a good barter employ. Start high if you're trying to sell. Oh, Birchie left. Oh, it's good to see. I hope he enjoyed it. Messing with audio wizardry. Would have been happier with 14 more gold. Why the 14 more gold? What? Did I forget something? Jeff, when will... Alright. Yeah. Yeah, it is you. When will your character come up? Honestly, I have no idea, because I can't predict any of these people. There was a chance that they would have met the character that you created for this campaign, would have guested pretty much seconds after the beginning of this campaign, and then they didn't do anything I thought they'd do. So unfortunately, it may be a session or two before that pays off. But don't worry, I haven't forgot. There are notes set up for your named character that you've created for us. Olivia, been lurking this whole time. Seems like good fun. Would like to join for the next campaign. I mean, next campaign is great. I wasn't even thinking that far ahead. I'm shocked and massively surprised and happy that, well, pleasantly surprised that everyone so far in this campaign seems to be having fun 3 sessions in. So the fact that people are enjoying watching it is great. I'll continue to make games happen for people for as long as people are having fun in the games that I run. Because I live for this. It's great.
One of my friends messaged me because I sent her the link. She's Italian and she said, "The one who talks all the time, it's so hard to understand." I don't think so.
Apologies to anyone watching if I'm hard to understand. I will attempt to be better at enunciation. Or maybe some characters are just role-played that way. Like Pascal, the suddenly Yorkshire farmer.
I don't think you're too bad. Like, I find it quite easy to understand.
Cool. Well, I'm always after constructive criticism in order to make the game better. I can't learn to be better if people don't point out things that they'd like me to try and attempt.
How loud is my chewing?
I can barely hear it.
It's audible, but not much.
Okay. I want to test.
I can't hear any munching.
Okay, good. They're not even that good. I'm gonna mute myself because I'm self-conscious about it.
I know this has been a particularly roleplay heavy session compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah.
The pressure's on now. People are watching.
Oh, don't worry. There's probably not this session because we're at like 11:15 p.m. But I feel like there's definitely some combat in your future once we've had some exposition out of the way. I hope that the story so far has been good.
We're not getting anything today.
You might not have time to get into a combat encounter because I have something planned for you, and it might need some room to breathe. I feel like it's going to be a pretty big moment for you guys.
I'm sure you can find some old people to go eat in their blood.
Again, it really depends on what you guys do with your time. I'm happy to DM for as long as you guys want to play and for whatever you want to do. So, combat is always an option. Whether it's a good idea or not is entirely, entirely different. Why is oh, just say why is it cactus 2 times in this call? That's Russell's Discord icon. That has Cactus's face.
I'm very conflicted now that I have all this money. Because I don't actually need anything. Or I don't know what I would need. The monk.
How much money do you have?
I'm not telling you.
Okay.
M's loaded.
M is loaded. How long are you likely to be going for? I don't know. Probably anywhere from like another half an hour to whenever people want to stop.
I have the plumber coming early tomorrow, so maybe like another half an hour, something like that.
Yeah, we can turn that into the last part of the session quite happily. But I think this give you guys plenty of exposition for the actual overarching storyline going on for you to really start getting deep into some dungeons or something next week. Really depends on what you plan to do with the information you've been given. What are you munching? I have cashews. I don't know what everyone else has. Charles has toast.
Limited
I have some
toast.
free chocolate that I don't know where it came from.
And some yogurt with frozen fruities.
Bruh.
Bruh.
That's what you put in chat. Didn't even put in one of these bad boys. Just
The hammering is pretty loud. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was.
Yeah, the poor noises were just like in my ears the whole time. It's like ding.
I'm so sorry. I had the levels a bit different.
you can turn on the stream.
There we go. I have lowered
The
the.
accents take me out of the game.
I mean, I just cheat and use my normal voice. That way you can't tell the difference.
I know which character am I cheering as, because if it was John, he'd be a lot louder.
Do it.
Can we have a quick vote on Marmite crumpets, by the way?
Fuck no.
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 Crumpets,
Anything
yes.
Marmite,
Marmite, no.
Hey, Marmite's fucking diabolical.
Sorry, coffee. Oh, I'm shouting at my phone. Sorry, coffee.
I'm sure that John would say,
Hey, could you ruin a crumpet?
Marmite is the work of the devil.
What are you calling weirdos? Shut up.
It's not the D&D, it's not all the accents and role-playing. It's the Marmite that made us weirdos.
Got to set the line somewhere, you know?
You gotta draw a line in the sand somewhere.
I mean, you guys are watching us eat, was it chips and toast and ice cream? Or something?
Basically.
Cereal?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we're gonna go for another half an hour to 45 minutes-ish. Sometime before midnight UK time, I think we're gonna end and sort of wind it down. So we'll do a little bit more just to get us a bit of momentum ready for the next session.
Sure.
Right.
So you guys have presumably left Vitus's office now on the galleon and are about to go ahead and make your way to do whatever you're planning to do.
Before we get started, though, can I just make the pun? Marmite, Narmite.
Can't believe we've done this.
Chat takes 7 pun damage.
I'd like to go and see the shops for a crossbow, please.
I can most certainly do that for you. So as you go to the Fletcher,
Yeah.
you see a man currently in the midst of restringing a longbow. He's sat at a workbench as you approach him. The Fletcher or Bowyer, whatever you prefer. The shop is kind of like half open and exposed to the streets. You can kind of get a good glimpse at all of his wares and the actual workspace that he has as he's making various bows and making and manufacturing arrows and crossbow bolts. He sees you as you approach, and he nods to his wares and says, "You find anything you like, let me know. We'll discuss price." And you can see a range of stuff laid out. There's I know you're after crossbows, so there are a variety of crossbows, hand and heavy crossbows. You can spot some light crossbows in there as well, and amongst them your more regular short bows and long bows. He's got a little bit of everything lying around and various ammunition.
My character is not very strong, so I shouldn't get a heavy crossbow, right?
I think a heavy crossbow might be a difficult weapon to use for a rogue, possibly. I think it might be more suited to either a ranger or a fighter with like the shooting skills. So maybe a light crossbow or a hand crossbow would be more suited to your kind of playstyle.
What's the difference?
So the hand crossbow is going to be similar to like a pistol, and the light crossbow is going to be fairly lightweight, easy to carry, not going to do a lot of damage, but it is going to require like two hands to like pull the string back and actually fire the whole stuff going on. The heavy crossbow really is different because it's going to be massive and heavy to lug around. It's going to fire really heavy crossbow bolts, and it's going to do a lot of damage. But that's something that's like you'd specialize in. So really,
Yeah. Okay. Good sir. Hello. I would like you to talk me through all the hand and light crossbows that you have in this fine shop.
He looks up at you, nods, and tidies away his current work that he's got on the go. Make sure that everything's organised, orderly, so that he can come back to it at any time. And he stands up and walks with you to look at the crossbows that he has on display. He points to a few of them. Nice light crossbows. And he lifts a few up and gives you a show at the finish and says, I mean, really, it's all about the look, you see. My work, some of the best work on the continent, they're all going to do you well. They'll all work, they'll all fire, you'll get no problems, maintenance will be fine. It's more about, I don't know, what kind of wood you're after.
Excuse me.
He says, I work exclusively with you know, locally grown, nice to replenish wood. It's all from the local area. No, we don't use metal crossbows here. I'm not a fan of working the smithy. That's next door at the blacksmiths. But if you want a fine wooden crossbow, I've got exactly what you need.
What would you recommend in terms of the most damage and the most quiet in between a light crossbow or a hand crossbow?
That is, in fact, a good question.
The one the quietest. I know someone suggested that the bow is quieter, but the crossbow is cooler. So I want the one that's the quietest and hurts the most. And if I can I get 2 hand crossbows? Like, pachoo.
So, just looking at the actual like stats, I think you can dual wield hand crossbows. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but a tank with a silencer, right? No, that's not right. So your damage from a hand crossbow is a 1d6, and I think you could dual wield those. I'll have to double check that, but a light crossbow is a 2-handed weapon, so you can only carry one of those. Dual wield hand crossbows, 5th edition.
It's okay if it's not possible, to be honest.
Can you dual wield 2 hand crossbows? A question I haven't meant to ask you, but I'd love to know the answer. If a player is a bard or a rogue who wants to fire both weapons, but well, I'm not seeing any rules against it, I'm consulting. So you could technically dual wield them, but there is a particular rule, and I'll go over this with you before combat next time. But there'll be there's an ammunition property. So loading a one-hand weapon like a bow, a crossbow, or a light crossbow requires a free hand. So you would have to take extra actions in order to reload both of the hand crossbows. You could technically preload them with an action if you were like going to do it for your first round. But yeah, you could dual wield hand crossbows. A hand crossbow will do 1d6 damage, and a light crossbow will do 1d8 damage. So you're actually not doing too bad if you're going to be able to roll 2d6 and get your sneak attack on it. So for you, so out of character, I would recommend a hand crossbow. And I feel like this chap that's trying to do the sailor right now is probably going to, look you up and down, get an idea of the kind of usage you get out of one, and say, I'd recommend you look into the hand crossbows. You look like the kind of person that might even need 2 of them.
Yeah, sounds fine. Yeah. How much? How much though? Let's talk about money. How much would you like?
So he says, "Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they're not cheap. Usually I'd sell one of these hand crossbows for about 55 gold pieces each. But
55 gold pieces each.
Yes, that would be the cheap cost price of a hand crossbow."
What about I gave you? Let's talk. How do I get ammunitions? I do not know about that.
Yeah, he says, "Well, I happen to sell crossbow bolts and cases. It'll cost you 7 silver for 20 bolts."
I don't have any silver, but I do have gold.
I think it's 100 silver makes up 1 gold.
Oh, that's fine. Well, I'll take the 2. I'll give you a price. I'm gonna ask you for the 2 hand crossbows. A lot of balls and the case. Make it nice one and make it black, please. For 120 gold.
He calculates it and smirks a little bit and says, "I can see that maths is not your strong suit, is it?" You're overpaying.
Am I?
Yeah.
Seems in
Little bit.
character.
He says,
I didn't ask about the thing.
so it's two hand crossbows, like 100 crossbow bolts and a case is only going to run you somewhere near 117 gold, and you were offering to pay 3 more gold than you needed to. He says, I'll tell you what. Since you're buying an awful lot from me, you don't seem to have bought many ranged weapons, especially fine top of the market ranged weapons like my own. I'll do you both hand crossbows, 100 bolts, a case, and just to make sure you leave here with a good impression, I'll take 110 gold.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you.
So he takes the gold from you and he gives you everything. He lugs you with a large case and makes sure it's packed with 100 bolts. And says, make sure you tell your friends.
I will. That's what I was about to say. Minus 110.
Yes.
No, it added. How do I take the money out?
The remove one below it.
With this good sir sell darts, do you reckon, or is that too out of place for a Fletcher?
I think that would be place, wouldn't it? Like, same sort of thing.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
To be fair, darts are technically like a simple adventuring supply. It might be a bit too simple for someone that specializes in fletching. To be fair, you might have a better chance at like an adventuring supplies or general goods store for something of that nature.
Yeah.
Well,
I was gonna.
Yes. Let's do that then.
Guys.
At any point over. Yes.
If you want to buy any cool stuff, I just got something really cool at this guy. He's nice. And yeah, go check him out. You can find him at twitch.tv/.
I was about to say, nice shout out.
Nice shout out.
I'm gonna go drop him a visit.
Ted's Fletchery. That's what we'll call it.
Yeah.
Ted's Fletchery in the city of Great Stumpleton.
Can I join Capo in getting some darts?
All right. So you notice that there is on the high street a general store. Is very centrally located. There is also a ways off to the side a slightly more ramshackle building that says the words adventuring supplies, and you can see from the outside of the building that it's had it's not been patronized very regularly. It looks like there's some graffiti on the walls. You're definitely getting the sense that adventurers are not super welcome in this area, and therefore the adventuring supply store might have seen better days.
Yeah.
Let's enter regardless. I mean,
Both of them seem pretty good options, either one of them, for the kind of things that you might like.
wait, both of them. Sorry, I missed that. I think.
Yeah, there's a general store and an adventuring supply store. The general store is
Right.
the general store will likely also sell darts, possibly. You think there's a chance that might happen, but the adventuring supply store will most certainly have that. But it looks a bit worse for wear.
I think the dodgy one is exactly what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to the dodgy one.
I'll join you guys, but I have a quick question out of character a second.
Yeah.
Obviously, as a monk, I was thinking about going and getting a bow for specific scenarios or whatever, just in case. For example, like we're far away from the enemy and we get a chance to do something. I'm guessing it will probably take an action for me to unequip it so that I can actually do my melee fighting.
It is, if I remember correctly from my cheat sheet, as far as actions go, I used to know this off by heart. As far as equipping and unequipping stuff, it'll be a interaction. Yeah, it's an interaction. So you got for your combat turns, it's movement, interaction, action, bonus action, reaction. So you can move, and then you could equip or sheath a weapon at that point.
Okay, so that would be a primary action though.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't take the slot of your regular action.
Oh, so let's say I was like just scenario combat. I enter it. They're far away, so they can't get to us yet. I decide to shoot them first. So I equip my bow, take an action to shoot, and then like stay where I am. And the next turn, I could then unequip it and then fight them if they got close enough.
Yeah. So for you specifically, it works out very well because you can't sheath a weapon and draw another weapon at the same time. That's two separate interactions.
Yeah, but I don't.
But
have
you
any
punch
weapons,
with fists, so you literally could sheath a bow as an interaction and then attack with your fists.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So is that?
Yeah,
is
that's.
it- oh, awesome. So yeah, I'm going to do that. But first, I'll go into the store with these guys. And
How many of you
we'll
are
get
going into
shenanigans.
this store? I want a mental image of how many of you are piling into this small ramshackle adventuring goods store.
Just three of us.
Gashar,
Yeah.
have you ever considered taking the knob off your face first before we go into any more shops?
What knob?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
There happens to be a giant knob drawn in blood on your face, and it's been there for quite some time.
Oh.
I can assure you that is not orcish blood.
Can I run a stealth check and leave?
You don't. I'm not going to make you roll for a stealth check. You just left. You started slinking away as Solgra began talking.
Thank you.
We did it, guys. 3 hours and 32 minutes into session number 3, and someone finally let Gershon know that he's got a cock on his face.
Solgra,
Apart from pot belly.
I thank you, but God damn it, why?
Do you need a
I thought
club?
it was part of your war paint, just as an artistic choice.
You all
Does
have
he
the
really
excuse
have-
that you're not human and don't understand them.
Exactly.
Gets water, washes it off face, and gives everyone in the party just the most, just I don't know, the most disappointing glance you could give, like more disappointing than when you tell your parents you're gonna be a musician for your like rest of your life. You know, like I'm talking like that. Like just
Feels bad, man.
Sad.
Jazz musician, man.
The second time I have to interrupt the game, second time I have to interrupt the game for someone in chat. Potbellybat said, "At least it's not a mullet."
Claps for the chat. At the moment.
right. Yeah.
Okay, so the three of you enter into the adventuring supplies store, and it looks empty. There's product, but you don't really hear or see anybody. You at first glance you notice that there is a bell on the counter. It's fairly dusty though. It doesn't look like many people visit this particular store.
Slap my
I
hand on the
shall. Never mind. There we go.
The bell rings out, and you hear a yelp and then a thud from the next room behind the counter, and followed very shortly by a groan as a fairly surprised-looking goblin rounds the corner and steps on a stool, and then peers up at you from behind the counter and says, "Yes."
What was that noise?
You see him rubbing his head, like, I bang my head.
You okay. Are you good now, dude?
He nods very quickly and then rubs his head again and is like, ow.
Okay, do you sell darts?
Darts, and he gets excited. He's like, you want to buy?
We do indeed.
Yeah.
He says, excellent. I have darts. And he looks around. He's like, and he points over into the very corner of the dust-filled room. He's like, that shelf there, many darts. I have more in back.
Okay. I'm gonna go over and just grab the darts that are on the shelf and then put them on the counter to be nice.
While he does, though, while he grabs the darts, I lean over to the goblin and I ask him if it happens to have any poison vials that might be accompanying such darts.
And
in the back room.
he thinks for a moment about any kind of poisons or toxins that he might have on him. And he says, I have vials, but no.
Empty ones.
Yes, empty vials. You want vials?
I suppose you could throw a few in the deal in case we come across something, but
I mean,
it's not quite the part of it that I was looking for.
And he runs to the back and he returns and plonks down a tray with about 30 vials, and he's like, how many vials?
how many darts do I put on the table as I put them down? Also confused as to why there's so many vials.
He says, darts and vials. How many? You can tell he's having a very hard time speaking common. Like this is
Okay.
it's very difficult for him to communicate.
So how much does this cost?
And he starts thinking, and he's having more problems with thought.
Don't
and
give us too vile a price.
And he laughs, like he just bursts out like, ha 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 ha, very funny, very vile. And he's completely lost what he was thinking about. He's like, can I help you?
Tell you what, can I trade a performance for these darts?
No, money only. Gold.
Thank
How
God.
many golds for 30 darts, good sir?
Darts, and he has to like look through a very long list that's attached to the counter until eventually he finds darts like darts. 3 copper for 1 dart.
Is there any way to split a gold piece?
And he looks says you could try breaking it.
Okay. If I remember correctly, Capo, you have 1 gold in your possession, which is party owned.
do indeed.
Yeah.
Do you want to spend that on darts? Do you want to get about a couple hundred darts with that one
Do,
gold?
do, do you want to discuss? I tell you what, let's discuss this with the group first. 'Cause
So
I don't know
as
if it's
you
a good
just-
idea to spend that.
Just to give you an idea of the sort of things, because I thought you might ask for more stuff, but instead I'll tell you like the sort of things you can see in the adventuring supply store. There's various armors lying around in various states of dust coveredness. You think there might be more in the back. There's some very simple weapons and simple ranged weapons like the darts themselves. You also notice that there's a couple of shelves filled with very basic essentials, sort of like chains, candles, empty bottles, blankets, bedrolls, lanterns, ink and ink pens. You even managed to like spot a shovel as well that's clearly for sale. And maybe a few torches and tinder boxes. You'll find a lot of your basic adventuring needs met in this particular store. All of it looking not the most premium.
Can we use that 1 gold piece to buy like an adventuring kit for everybody?
I think
Because
a
we're all
single.
a bit-
I think all the things that would go into an adventuring kit would cost more than a single gold. The darts just happen to be very cheap, but like as an
Sorry,
example,
yeah.
a 2-person tent would be 1 gold on its own.
Okay, well, we've already got camping supplies.
Yeah.
But what about like, so what goes into an adventure kit? So what about a torch, tinderbox, darts, and
Yeah.
Don't we have all of those already?
Yeah, we do.
do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, check your inventory.
Each
You
one
don't
of
have
us
the
has
stuff.
one adventure gear.
I don't seem to have anything in my inventory.
Oh yeah,
No,
we
I
mean,
we didn't give you anything. Whoops.
Hey, Goblin!
He looks at you like, oh, orc. Yes.
Do you speak Dwarvish?
And he says, the little man, no, not goblin, the beards. Yes.
Speak Dwarvish. Do you speak Dwarvish better than you do Common?
No.
Well, then that doesn't matter.
About same.
You know Dwarvish?
Do you have rations?
He knows. Yes. Many rations. 3 silver, 1 ration.
Well, how about I spend that communal gold on just a bottle of rations that we can divide up?
That
That'll put
sounds.
the money issue to rest.
And
That sounds good as
he
well.
for a while, every time he's talked to you, he's also darted back to this 1 gold piece that Capo's got in his hands. He's been washing it like every time you move, and he reaches under the counter and pulls out a crowbar and slams crowbar on the table and says, "Crowbar, 1 gold, best crowbar."
I'll buy the crowbar.
And he cheers, "Yes, solid crowbar yours," and he takes the gold from you.
Alright, cool. I'll remove the gold from me.
And he puts it in
I'll
a
add that
little
to my-
pot under the counter.
I hand
Okay.
him the coin, and I tell him, "Give me all the rations this will buy."
So he does his best. After nodding and taking the gold, he puts the gold in the jar, and he tries to get as many darts and rations together, but he's having trouble counting that high. It's someone help me with maths here. Like a dart is whereabouts are the darts? 3 copper.
Dart is 3 copper.
A dart is 3 copper, and rations are 3 silver.
So that's 99 darts per ration.
Yeah, but the actual rations. So it's 3 silver, like sorry, 10. So it's 100 silver to 1 gold piece. Is what you said, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
So that's a
33
lot.
rations per gold.
That's a lot of rations. So
Yes.
if
And
I
that is 3
do
silver for
100
1 day of rations. For 1
So
person.
that like maximum, right, will buy us. Let's say rounding down, we got 33 rations there without the cost of the darts. But is it 100 copper to 1 silver?
Yes.
If that's the case, then we will literally be able to buy, by taking away one of those rations, 100 darts. So we can have 32 rations and 100 darts for the price of 1.
Wait,
gold piece.
isn't it 10 per? That was what we said on the first day, wasn't it?
I thought
Is it 10
that he said 100 per. Sorry.
Sorry,
Well, we said 100 per today, but before
I
that, it was
I
10
can
per.
be wrong. I think it might be 10 per now that Cactus has pointed out. I might have.
Because
That's a
100
big
per
difference.
sounds like that's a butt ton of darts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds a bit like.
No,
ooh.
sorry. I think you're right. I I am mistaken. See, it's 10 per.
Well, if that's the case, I will buy, personally. How many rations has he got? Is it just like a shop which has like got as many as you need, or?
Rations are not limited stock, so you could, I don't know. I think realistically, if he had stuff stored in the back, and this is not a very well frequented establishment, you could probably get like 15 days worth of rations before he's out of stock.
Okay, is that for the whole party or just for one person?
For one person, that's 15 portions essentially. So one ration, one day's worth of rations for one person is 3 silver. So you could get 15 days for one person, or split that amongst you, however you want until you're out.
3 times. So that would be 4.5 gold, 4.5 gold for all of that. And yeah, so I tell you what, I will buy all the rations.
Okay, so he takes the gold off you and puts it in the jar.
How do I do this by half? I tell you what, can I also buy darts? So that'd be.
Well, let me get the darts at least, and if you're.
Well, no, because I was going to say to round up to 5 because I got 4.
Yeah, the only change he has is 1 gold piece right now from the crowbar.
Yeah, so I want you to do that. So I'll add the darts on. So that'd be what 3. It's if I say 100 darts, that would be. Would that be enough?
The first world problems of the Pathfinders not having change.
Would that be enough? So half a gold piece. So
That's 16 darts.
16 or 60.
It's 3 copper. So yeah.
Yeah, 16.6 darts for half a gold.
Okay, I will take 16 darts and all those rations for the 5 gold pieces.
So he does his best with his tiny arms to bundle everything up for you and sort of just pushes it in your general direction, and takes the gold off you and plants it in the pot. Cool. And he looks up grinning like, anything else?
Well, I will take some darts. I'll just give him a gold coin and tell him to give me however many. What is it? 30, 29, 30 darts?
33.
33. That works.
At this point, you're only going to get 30 darts, and he's completely out of stock after that.
30 works. I'm not actually that bothered.
Okay, so you get the 30 darts, and he, again, puts the gold in that little pot he's got going on under the desk. And he looks up at Solgar, he's like, and you?
Well, Gashar took all the rations, and that's all I really wanted. So.
He nods a little sorrowfully. He's like, no more rations till next week now.
Did I accidentally buy out your rations?
No. I have food.
Okay.
And he grins happily. He's like,
all right.
I love this guy.
I'm. By the way, guys, I'm gonna divide out the rations with everybody. So.
At a fair price.
No.
Fair enough.
At a fair price of 4 silver each.
Yeah,
making that profit.
Yeah. But I'm gonna leave the shop. So is anyone who wants to do anything in the shop, or is
I would actually like to. Oh no, hang on, we do have rope. Never mind. I'm all good. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the bow. Sorry, to the Fletcher.
You can have discount code M.
I will actually use that. That is now canon.
So as you leave the adventuring supplies shop, the goblin waves to you from behind the counter and just yells, "Come back!" You think he means like "come again," but that's all I can manage.
Give us a salute and say thanks, dude.
And he waits till everyone's gone and he shuffles himself back round to the back room and sits back down. I found that people love goblins in D&D.
It's true.
If you're not being attacked, they're just so fun to voice. Okay, so you're going to the barriers to the Fletcher to see Ted, who's gone back to working on that bow. What are the rest of you doing before I deal? Because I know what Charles is after. You guys all
It's a free day, right? We're not planning to do anything.
pretty much. I guess you're just prepping now for your whatever quest you take on the next session.
All right. I want to go around town and find poor people and give them good berries.
You do so with limited success, whilst they're not completely distrustful of you. Again, Arakocran is a non-human race, and they're all a little bit sort of like, oh, giant birdman. So
Anyone who eats one, I'll whisper to them very mysteriously, "Welcome to the Order of the Good Berry," and then walk away.
after 2 or 3 times of doing this, guards eventually start watching you closely.
I give them good berries too.
They take them reluctantly, and they continue to watch you throughout the day, more confused than concerned, but still they're meant to keep an eye on you. Has anyone else got plans other than Charles's plan for the day?
Not much for now.
Alright, so Gershaw makes his way to Ted's. Before you go there?
Oh, before I go there, is the whole party like in a general area?
Yeah, you're all sort of milling around town, mostly in the high street, apart from, at this point, Sharid, who's trying to spread the word of the Goodberry.
Okay, so I'm going to give, because basically we got 15 rations, dividing it up, basically you're going to get 2.5 divided by 6. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give out 2 rations each, and then keep 3 as communal ones on my person, and I keep 2 for myself. So if everyone wants to add 2 rations to
Sad berry noises. I push the rations away and look disappointed.
Dude, the good berries, it goes well with good berries. So, add a nice snack.
I return my rations to the community ration pile. Upset and offended.
I apologize. Alright, so on.
Well, then we have 3 each.
Yeah,
If doesn't want.
Are you sure you don't want these, Sharid?
No. Good berries are all the rations I need.
Okay, then everyone add 3 rations to the thing. I'll just have 3 rations myself. So we should have 4 unless. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so instead of letting Charles simply go in and buy a bow, because I know what he's like, we're going to have to roleplay this. So you enter the general area of Ted's Fletchery, and good old Ted spots you, and he looks up from his work, so as before he says, I'll be with you in a moment. Spot anything you want, let me know. He starts placing away all of his bits and pieces. Like, what can I help you with?
I need a bow.
Lucky you come to the right place.
Not just any bow. I'm talking big.
Like how big we talking?
Big.
Well, I can tell you're not a short bow man. Let's
Big.
let's see what we can get you set up with. You used a bow before?
I trained in the military.
Military man, I see. And so he reaches under his workbench, which has been covered by cloth, and beckons you to lean in closer.
Aye.
He says, get a look at this beauty. She's fully obsidian. Special bow, this. Special bow. Very expensive, but very powerful.
Mind if I give it a test run?
Oh, no, not so fast. Not with something this special. This is a special bow right here.
Would you mind if you
I
buy it?
need to know you're serious. You got them, and this is an expensive piece of equipment right here.
How much are you talking?
Whew. I don't think I could part for this bow for any less than 100 gold.
It sounds like a very fair, but do you mind if I inspect the craftsmanship?
He's like, yeah. He lifts it up just barely so that those around can't see him holding it. Just you. He's like, look with your eyes.
Can I do a check on it just to make sure it's all like absolutely fine and dandy?
You have to roll for me on what would this be a roll for? Investigation?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's your best skill that would maybe determine the quality of a
Let's have a
weapon?
look. Probably insight, probably because that's
Insight would give you
into
more
what
of a vibe on Ted than the actual bow itself. Investigation would probably give you more of an insight on the bow itself.
perception, actually, maybe.
You just want to go with
Actually looking at
okay, so
It's up to you. I mean, I don't mind rolling for investigation if like that's the absolute.
perception is only really going to give you what you can see, whereas investigation would maybe give you some idea of the like the properties of the bow. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll let you roll on perception if you want.
No, I'll roll.
Whatever's higher, perception or investigation.
Oh, yeah, perception is much higher. 'Cause
All
plus 3. Investigation is -1.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. Okay. So as you are looking very closely at this bow that is holding under the desk, you can kind of instantly tell that whatever material this bow is made out of is definitely not obsidian. Nothing about it screams stone in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that doesn't look like an obsidian bow, good sir.
Is that what
Are
it
you
is?
trying to pull the wool over my eyes?
What are you talking about? This is fine obsidian. The best obsidian you'll ever find in this region. It's can't you tell from how
stained.
dark it is? It's
It's stained wood, my dude. If you want me to believe you, then I can hold it, because believe it or not, I've been in contact with proper obsidian recently.
He he looks at you and he takes him a moment before he goes, smart one, and he puts the bow back down under the desk. Like, so you want a proper longbow then?
Yeah, I want. Tell you what. What is the strongest longbow you have?
It's like, well, my craftsmanship's the finest in the region. Like they're all.
And that bow is obsidian. So.
he leans in and says, that bow's burnt wood, and you and I both know this.
Yeah, I know. So.
I can tell you're no fool. You're after a real bow. So if you look at any of the bows I've got up there, there's those longbows, fine craftsmanship. The only difference, design, and that comes down to personal choice.
Okay. Well, out of character question, do they all do the same damage?
Yes.
Okay. If that's the case, then they all do this. They all do the same job. I'm not really too fussy. Which one's the one that's going to run me the least?
He picks one up that looks a mild bit battered and holds it out to you. You can see that there's a few nicks in the wood, but you imagine they wouldn't do much to actually affect the way it works at all. It says,
Would that actually break at some point?
No, it's just less than perfect craftsmanship. And he holds it out. He says, not my finest work, I'm afraid. But if you're looking for something that's going to run you a bit cheaper, then it'll get the job done.
Is there any difference between that one and like, let's say, more aesthetically pleasing bow, or is it literally just?
Aesthetically pleasing, it's all personal preference. Like they're all going to do the same damage.
All right, cool.
If you don't mind having a slightly shoddy looking bow,
That's fine with me. So, how much is this going to cost me?
he says longbows are usually around 40 gold.
Okay, well, I was recommended here by a friend actually. M. I got some cool crossbows here, and apparently there's a discount code.
He says, I don't know the name.
The crossbows.
She bought some hand crossbows a second ago.
Oh, the elf. Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting character, that one. Not much for basic arithmetic, I feel, but
What do you
plucky
mean?
spirit.
Shut up.
Well,
Well, if they send you to me, then yeah, I'll knock some money off. I'll did me a favor. 35 gold pieces.
tell you what, and because it'd be a shame if your name were besmirched by the trick you just pulled on me, or tried to at least. On top of that, I'm not really too bothered about the look of the bow, and you've said yourself this isn't your finest craftsmanship. They all get the same job done. How
Roll
about this?
persuasion.
We go for 20 gold. All right, cool. Ooh.
He nods at you and says, I'm not sure I can go as low as 20. 20, that's coming out of my pocket.
How about 22?
20, 28, and we have a deal.
26 plus arrows.
27, no arrows.
27 with arrows.
Deal.
Cool. How many arrows am I getting with this deal, by the way? It's
You're-
like one arrow.
You're getting 20 arrows, but no quiver. Quiver's extra.
Okay. All right. How about I buy a quiver and you chuck another 20 arrows?
Deal. Quiver's 1 gold.
All right. Cool. So that's 28.
28 gold gets you a longbow and 40 arrows with a quiver.
Cool. And is there any difference in arrows? Is there any like special arrows that he has?
No, he only has basic ammunition.
All right. I'm gonna take off. Was it 28?
28, yeah.
Cool. And then I'm just gonna add longbow.
Alright then. If anyone thinks of anything between session before coming back next week and you want a specific item, or if you feel like you forgot and then need to get like armor or something, I don't know, it's up to you to decide what your character wants. Let me know in between sessions and we'll do a little mini thing in between sessions just to get you all geared up so that we're not doing shopping at the start of next session.
Good.
But I feel like it was worth doing a little bit of RP for the shopping, and also I got to do a goblin for a little while, so I'm happy.
We're also very happy about that.
All right. Right. Oh my god. Wait. Oh shit. I just realized what I was doing. Sorry.
What have you done?
Nothing.
I'll help you sort your character sheet out for the longbow and stuff after.
I've done it. I've done
Alright,
it.
cool.
I just accidentally started adding it, and I saw weight was 2, and I thought it was adding like 1 at a time, whereas it wasn't. It was adding 20 at a time. So when I clicked it, I was clicking it like 20 times. It's like 180, and I was like, that's alright. And I need to equip a quiver, don't I?
Yes.
All right, cool. That's everything there. Yeah, that's cool.
All right. So as you guys are milling around, wandering the town, doing the things that you are enjoying to do on what appears to be a day off for the Pathfinders, knowing that Jorn is still in the tavern, occasionally you hear the raucous sounds of a fight breaking out in the tavern again. Anytime one of you gets closer to the entrance, you can see within and sometimes without the various rumblings going on, as you've become to expect from Jorn. You don't much hear from Vitus, as you assume he's still stuck away in his office, writing and reading papers and doing more and more research. And it's as the sun begins to fall upon Great Stumpleton and the night begins to draw in and the day comes to an end, that from out in the distance to the west of the city, you hear an almighty thud upon the ground, and the rumble echoes through the air, all the townsfolk turning in confusion, wondering what they might see on the horizon. And in the distance, a plume of smoke rises. and we will pick up from there next session.
Ooh.
Fuck.
Ooh.
My berry book.
God damn. That's been cool though, guys. Sorry if I've been like talking too much about like the session. Like,
Don't apologize. It's awesome.
So yeah, we'll call that a session there. On that cliffhanger, I hope that has enticed both my party and those of you still remaining around to watch the stream. I've had a fun time DMing for Twitch, and we're going to go into a post-session and just probably hang out a bit and chat. But I will finish up with Twitch first, so again, thank you for joining. It's been lovely to see you folks. I hope you come back and join us next week for the continuation of the Ebon Death.
Bye.
Jeff, you can, of
Catch you
course,
guys later.
DM me. Just looking through the last couple of messages, people were wondering if Charles was blackmailing the guy.
apologies to me.
Yes.
No, there's no apologies to me required. Not at all. It's all cool. I didn't see anything in the thing.
I think the light bullying of some of our party members is acceptable to a degree because they bring it upon themselves.
Did I? Oh, I got bullied. Oh, you bullies! Oh.
Apart from the one pot belly when he said gotter about my math, then I saw that. Just waiting for like a moment to acknowledge that I saw that.
Got bullied. Oh, that's great.
So thanks for joining us. I'll be doing intermittent streams between sessions, so you guys can see some behind the scenes and preparation for the next session, like the map making and such. And if you're not interested in that, we will be back next week on Wednesday at 8 PM GMT to continue with session 4 of the Ebon Death. And for those of you that are combat hungry, I'm sure it's on its way. There was a lot of talking and role playing this session, and I'm pretty sure next session is going to be lots of getting hurt,
Seven.
lots of sevens. So with that in mind, thank you for joining. I'm going to kill the stream in a moment. I don't think I'm going to do a raid because that would be far too complicated for my brain right now. So thanks for being here, and we will catch you next time. Adios, viewers.